Breaking news, Trump's SNAP reform set to rewrite the fate of millions of American families. Just moments ago, Trump signed a groundbreaking order, tighten SNAP benefits, eliminate abusers, and funnel money straight to those who truly need help. Starting in May, the SNAP program will see major changes. Singles earning under $1,580 per month now qualify. Students enrolled in government-approved training programs can apply. Households with seniors or disabled members will see more flexibility. Trump declared every dollar must be a lifeline, not a handout for the lazy. This policy is expected to save $25 billion per year, benefit over 10 million families, and inject new funding into child, meal, programs and community rebuilding. Fraud rates are projected to drop by 40%, and experts predict 100,000 new jobs. But here's the warning. Each state has its own payout schedule. Families must submit up-to-date income and ID information or risk losing benefits overnight. America's welfare system is being rebooted. Is this a new beginning or the start of a new crisis? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Breaking news, Trump's SNAP reform set to rewrite the fate of millions of American families. Just moments ago, Trump signed a groundbreaking order, tighten SNAP benefits, eliminate abusers, and funnel money straight to those who truly need help. Starting in May, the SNAP program will see major changes. Singles earning under $1,580 per month now qualify. Students enrolled in government-approved training programs can apply. Households with seniors or disabled members will see more flexibility. Trump declared every dollar must be a lifeline, not a handout for the lazy. This policy is expected to save $25 billion per year, benefit over 10 million families, and inject new funding into child, meal, programs and community rebuilding. Fraud rates are projected to drop by 40%, and experts predict 100,000 new jobs. But here's the warning. Each state has its own payout schedule. Families must submit up-to-date income and ID information or risk losing benefits overnight. America's welfare system is being rebooted. Is this a new beginning or the start of a new crisis? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Breaking news, Trump's food stamp shakeup, $1,000 more per month for low-income families. Just announced, the Trump administration is rolling out a major relief package delivering direct help to over 15 million households. Small-town grocery stores are doubling their stock. Farmers markets are overwhelmed with orders. But here's the twist. Nationwide audits are tightening. Fraudsters will be permanently blacklisted. Some hail Trump as a hero for the people. Others accuse him of dividing the nation, especially as local communities brace for major changes under the new rules. Experts forecast 100,000 new jobs in the food sector, a 15% surge in local spending. Nearly 3 million families pulled back from the brink of hunger. For families, this could mean stuffed fridges and, or without warning, total cutoff. Is Trump rescuing America's poor or deepening the country's divide? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. Breaking news, Trump abolishes BNPL rule. Save $3,000 every year. Trump has just made a bombshell decision. The BNPL rule is officially abolished, and it's about to transform your wallet. What does this mean for you? Instant savings. Your bills just got cheaper? Enjoy up to 10% off on everyday shopping, groceries, and more. Say goodbye to hidden debt. No more worrying about monthly payments, late fees, or interest rates. Pay up front and enjoy your freedom. This isn't just about discounts. It's about empowering you. Trump's bold move means you'll have better control over your finances and be free from a system that traps you in credit debt. Experts predict U.S. households could save $10 billion annually. Consumer spending will soar, boosting local economies by 15%. For everyday families, this is a win, but there are concerns. This could hurt stores and make it harder for low-income communities who rely on BNPL to get the goods they need. Do you think this will spark a shopping revolution, or is it just a temporary fix? Let us know in the comments. Breaking news, housing prices about to explode. Trump sells land for tax reform. Your rent is about to soar. The Trump administration has just approved a shocking decision, selling 11,000 acres of public land in Utah and Nevada. The impact, massive. Trump is trying to trade land for cash to fund his massive tax reform plan. But this money doesn't come from thin air. It comes from the public land we all own together. In the short term, taxes might drop, but long term, you'll lose public resources, green spaces, and the freedom to enjoy nature. Once the land is sold, developers will turn it into commercial property. This means you and your family may never walk those green spaces again, and your living costs will rise. Experts warn this could be the start of a disaster. Without these lands, community life will suffer, quality of life will decline, and the wealth gap will widen. Public resources will vanish, leaving ordinary people to pay the price. Every decision comes with a cost. Will you keep supporting Trump selling off our natural resources? Is selling these lands really good for the country? Tell me what you think in the comments below. Breaking news. Social Security payments will double in May, up to $2,000. This isn't a rumor. It's officially confirmed. Thanks to Trump's policy push, the Social Security Administration will issue 2 payments in May 2025. And the best part? No application needed. The money will be deposited directly into your account. But not everyone qualifies. Are you on the list? Trump specifically ordered this bonus to prioritize low-income retirees, disabled individuals, SSI recipients, and anyone who updated their records by the end of April. Haven't updated your info, facing approval delays, errors in your paperwork? You could miss out completely. Some people have already received their payments, while others might have to wait until the end of the month, and some may never see the money at all. Now, questions are surfacing, and why the sudden payout? Is this leftover budget? Is it truly free money? Or will we have to pay for it later? While critics keep asking, Trump has already delivered real cash, real relief, right into the hands of everyday Americans. That's true leadership in action. Did you get your payment? Have you seen the money hit your account? Drop a comment below. Breaking. Trump wants to replace Veterans Day with Victory Day. What does that mean for you? This month, Trump announced on social media that November 11th should be renamed World War I Victory Day, but left out one tiny detail. It's already Veterans Day, a federal holiday honoring those who served. But it gets wilder. Trump is also pushing for a massive military parade on June 14th, which just happens to be his birthday. His reasoning? We need to celebrate the flag, he told NBC. Critics say, is it about the flag or himself? Here's the kicker. Trump's parade would showcase the new F-47 fighter jet, coinciding with his role as the 47th president. Coincidence or branding genius? He also wants to shift World War II commemorations to May 8th, the day of Germany's surrender, even though the war didn't end until the U.S. dropped atomic bombs in August. Historians are raising red flags. Trump claims these holiday shakeups would, checkmark, save billions by reducing federal holidays, checkmark, boost military morale, checkmark, remind Americans of national strength and pride. So what do you think? Is this a patriotic revival or a political takeover of the American calendar? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Breaking news. Medical care is no longer merely health care, but a weapon. Just now, Trump moved to pressure foreign countries into raising their drug prices, even threatening U.S. allies. Raise your prices or lose access to the American market. Why? Because if Canada, Germany, and Japan are forced to pay more, U.S. pharmaceutical companies can stop relying on inflated domestic prices to stay afloat. In other words, Americans have been footing the global medical bill for decades without knowing it. Trump's team calls it global price realignment. Critics call it a pharmaceutical war. Trade negotiations are being rewritten. Foreign health systems are being destabilized. And for the first time ever, drug pricing is now a tool of global diplomacy used like tariffs or sanctions. But here's the worst part. While world leaders push back behind closed doors, millions of Americans are still paying $80 for a bottle of generic antibiotics, $600 for insulin, and $4,000 for cancer pills. So if medicine is now a weapon, who's really under attack? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. Breaking news. Trump didn't just lift sanctions on Syria. He fired a shot at every global institution that thought they still ran the world. No UN approval, no congressional vote, just one handshake, and 10 years of isolation vanished. For over a decade, Syria was locked out of the global economy. Now, Trump opened the gates with a single move, and this wasn't charity. It was calculated disruption. In return, Syria, backed by Gulf funding, is launching a new AI energy corridor. That corridor bypasses Chinese ports, redirects European oil flow, and places Washington, not Brussels or Beijing, back at the center of global infrastructure. Trump didn't send troops. He sent business plans. And for the American people, cheaper oil billions in defense contracts, one less endless war draining your wallet. But beyond politics, one thing is clear. Trump didn't wait to win back the White House to start acting like he owns the map. You might not like how he plays the game, but when was the last time foreign policy actually paid off for you? Breaking news. Over 500 U.S. green card holders are currently stranded at Dubai Airport, and an American-born child has just been deported. Under Trump's new green card policy, even if you've lived in the U.S. for decades, even if you're traveling briefly to visit family, without pre-travel approval, you can be denied re-entry. Even immediate relatives of U.S. citizens are being turned away. Dubai Airport is now the first flashpoint. Protests erupted on site. Some were forced to reroute to third countries. Others remain stuck for more than 30 hours. But the deported child's case is even more alarming. He's 8 years old, born in America, holds a U.S. passport. But because his mother's green card wasn't pre-approved, both were denied entry. The immigration officer gave them two options. The boy could stay and be placed in foster care or leave the country with his mother. They chose to leave. Green cards are no longer safe entry permits. They're becoming fragile labels that can be revoked at any moment. Breaking news. Trump says he'll launch unilateral tariffs within 2 weeks. And yes, egg prices might rise again. In a recent interview, he told reporters, "We'll be sending out letters in about a week and a half, maybe two, laying out the terms of the deal." Sources say those letters are now being finalized. Once sent, dozens of countries, including China, Germany, Japan, and Vietnam, could face tariff hikes of up to 46% with no negotiations and no WTO oversight. It's bold, it's blunt, and that's exactly how Trump wants it. At home, the tension is real. Polls show that 60% of Americans fear rising prices on everything from food to gas to electronics. Still, Trump stands firm. Short-term pain is worth long-term strength. This is not a trade policy. Rather, it is an ultimatum. Manufacturers are cheering the return of pressure. Consumers, meanwhile, are bracing for higher bills. The clock is ticking toward July 9th, and at this point, nothing's stopping it. Will this plan protect jobs in the United States? What do you think? Breaking news. General Mark refuses to carry out Trump's order. According to multiple sources, Trump once personally pressured General Mark to use active-duty troops to enter sanctuary cities such as Los Angeles and Chicago to carry out carpet arrests. If that order had been followed, it would have marked the first time in U.S. history that we witnessed this during peacetime. Soldiers stationed outside elementary schools, checking kids' IDs, immigrant families surrounded by military vehicles in the dead of night, entire neighborhoods locked down, not for terrorism, not for war, just because someone didn't look American enough. But thankfully, someone stood in the way. Since the Posse Comitatus Act of 1878, America has drawn a hard line. The military does not get used against its own citizens. This time, it was a general who upheld that law for all of us. And he may have saved America from turning soldiers into street enforcers. If that day comes, would you rather soldiers obey power or defend democracy? Breaking news. Trump orders ICE to stop raids on homes with U.S.-born children. This isn't an act of mercy. It's a calculated political move. Just last week, a 2-year-old child was left stranded at an airport in Indianapolis after both parents were deported. According to internal ICE reports, 48% of children affected by past raids were U.S. citizens. 60% of the parents worked essential jobs in construction, caregiving, and food supply. Trump's move isn't about ending immigration enforcement. It's about drawing a new line. Protect economic interests, isolate high-risk cases. This isn't a retreat. It's a redefinition of who America protects. You can oppose illegal entry, but should a child lose their parents over a paperwork error? For years, Democrats have vowed to protect all families, but delivered no safeguards. Trump, with a single executive order, just delivered legal relief to thousands. Because Trump isn't just enforcing immigration law, he's rewriting how that law lands on your doorstep.
Breaking news. Trump just banned all permanent residents from leaving the U.S. If you are abroad now, you can't come back. This isn't just about illegal immigration anymore. Trump's new executive order affects everyone. Green card holders are stuck in the U.S. Legal residents are locked out. Your family vacation becomes illegal. The New York Times leaked the White House draft. 45 countries are now on Trump's red list, implementing extreme entry restrictions on their citizens. Even if they have valid visas, even if they have lived here for decades, 8.7 million permanent residents, suddenly unable to visit dying parents overseas. can't attend their weddings abroad. Trump claims this is to protect American jobs, but economists say it's economic suicide. Tech companies lose foreign talent. Hospitals lose specialists. Universities lose top researchers. The real question that bothers everyone, is this about security or is it killing the American dream? Permanent residents are not illegal immigrants. They pay taxes, work legally, and raise American children. Now they are prisoners of their adopted country.
Breaking news. Driving just became the newest tax loophole, and nationwide driving subsidies have surged 200%, all under Trump's latest plan. This week, two explosive driving policies are set to take effect. First, Trump has suspended all federal taxes on gasoline vehicles for 2 years. If your income is under $120,000 and you drive a gas-powered car, you now owe zero federal vehicle tax. Second, he expanded the federal training grant program, which now covers 100% of driving school costs. That means road tests, license fees, classroom hours, all completely free for millions of Americans. If you're a teenager, a parent struggling with bills, or an unemployed worker trying to re-enter the job market, you're instantly eligible. How big is the impact? Gas stations are packed. Driving schools are full. DMV lines are overflowing. While politicians argue about electric cars, Trump is turning real-world driving into an economic rescue mission for the middle class. Breaking news. All immigrants in the United States may soon face a brutal countdown, either buy a house within 12 months or be forcibly deported. This isn't speculation. It's a real proposal backed by Trump's allies designed to defend a new idea. Only permanent immigrants deserve permanent residency. The draft is called Residency in Exchange for Property Ownership, and it's exactly what it sounds like, a transaction. Under the plan, all new visa holders, whether students, skilled workers, or family-based immigrants, must purchase a U.S. property worth at least $250,000 within 12 months of arrival. Even more ironically, some landlords have begun rewriting rental agreements, requiring proof of property purchase as a condition for lease renewal. Real estate agents are now promoting so-called visa-compliant homes, while scam reports are skyrocketing. In Texas and Florida, black market ads are popping up offering green cards with home purchases. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. If you're over 40 and still haven't bought a home, you may soon be labeled as part of a low stability group and denied access to key financial services. This isn't a conspiracy theory. Listen closely. According to the Household Stability Index Act, backed by Trump's policy team starting in 2026, individuals over the age of 40 who do not own a home could be officially classified as low stability individuals, triggering restrictions on loans, credit, and public financial programs. A leaked case in Ohio shows this is already happening. A 44-year-old woman with zero debt, excellent credit, and a $90,000 annual income was denied a small business loan. The reason? She had no mortgage history in the past decade. Banks argue this helps identify unstable financial patterns. But critics warn it's becoming a backdoor social scoring system, punishing those who choose a different lifestyle. Even more troubling, some real estate firms are using this classification to justify raising rent, claiming renters pose a higher exit risk. The just concluded NATO summit turned into Trump's personal family interrogation room. This isn't a metaphor. It was a live-streamed power ritual. Florida Senator Marco Rubio referred to Trump as Dad 3 times in front of the entire assembly. The third time, he bowed while saying it, like a feudal loyalty ceremony from another century. This wasn't political humor. It was a full-scale reshuffling of personal dominance on the global stage. Trump didn't just attend the NATO summit. He turned it into a who's the most obedient son competition. At that moment, NATO stopped functioning as a military alliance and started to resemble a global family empire with Trump at the head. He didn't deploy a single troop. He didn't sign a single order. Yet the entire Western Bloc fell silent. He didn't raise his voice, only smiled. And that was enough to reorder the diplomatic hierarchy. This wasn't presidential power. This was patriarchal dominance, the kind that makes entire nations fall in line when he speaks. Starting tomorrow, even vehicles that would normally be scrapped could legally hit the road. Under a new federal proposal, Trump wants to completely eliminate state vehicle inspections, keeping only random spot checks by police or inspections after accidents. He declares, "No more letting state governments fleece ordinary Americans." Currently, most states require drivers to undergo one or more mandatory vehicle inspections every year, but Trump's team argues that this system is outdated. First, the average vehicle age on American roads has grown from 5.5 years in 1977 to over 12 years today, while new car technology has become far more advanced and durable. Second, increasingly strict environmental standards mean that even small issues often require expensive repairs, putting a heavy financial burden on ordinary people. If Congress approves the legislation, the reform could take effect in as little as 6 months. Altogether, families could save $1,000 to $1,500 a year under this proposal. Starting tomorrow, it will be considered illegal for minors to watch pornography or access any websites containing harmful sexual content. Offenders could face a maximum sentence of life in prison. Just moments ago, the U.S. Supreme Court, in a 6-3 vote, officially approved a Texas law requiring that all websites containing material harmful to minors must implement strict age verification measures and completely prohibit access by minors. At the same time, several religious organizations announced a shocking decision, offering a $100,000 reward to anyone who reports family members, neighbors, or friends for viewing adult websites. In an even more dramatic development, Pornhub has announced it is pulling out of Texas entirely, leading to 500,000 people reportedly flocking to the dark web, where prices for adult content memberships have skyrocketed tenfold. According to reliable sources, the Trump administration is reportedly pushing for this law to be implemented nationwide starting on August 1st. Breaking news. Babies born on July 4th to receive $10,000 baby bonus. Last night, Trump made one of his wildest promises yet under his Big and Beautiful Act. Starting this year, any child born on July 4th will automatically receive a $10,000 cash grant from the federal government. He called it the perfect way to celebrate America's birthday. According to the rules, babies must be born between 12 a.m. and 11:59 p.m. on July 4th. Parents must be U.S. citizens or legal residents. But there's a catch. Elective C-sections purely to time the birth are not allowed unless medically necessary. Hospitals caught falsifying dates could face $50,000 fines. Dr. Emily Chen, an OB/GYN at Mount Sinai Hospital, said, "I've never seen anything like this. We're getting calls every minute from parents wanting to schedule C-sections on Independence Day." With just days left until the big date, hospitals across the country are preparing for what could be the busiest Independence Day in history, not just for fireworks, but inside delivery rooms. Breaking news, buying Trump's fragrance could cost you your job. Just moments ago, Donald Trump launched a new fragrance called Victory 45-47. Priced at a steep $199 to $249, it might look like nothing more than a collectible or a flashy political souvenir. But it's now under intense scrutiny, suspected of being part of a far-reaching political big data experiment. Emerging reports suggest that people who purchase Victory 45-47 could be secretly tracked, profiled, and added to a hidden political loyalty list. In other words, buying this fragrance might be the same as broadcasting to the world exactly which side you're on. And in an increasingly divided America, that's no small risk. According to whistleblowers in the recruitment industry, in certain sensitive fields like government contracting, finance, and tech, companies have already begun digging into candidates' purchasing histories and social media activity, searching for even subtle political clues. Starting tomorrow, American citizens earning less than $50,000 a year could face deportation. Just moments ago, Donald Trump delivered a speech in Florida calling for the deportation of American citizens. He claimed that violent crime has surged across the United States in recent years and that a large number of suspects come from low-income groups. The first wave of action will reportedly target individuals earning less than $50,000 a year. Insiders revealed that the IRS has urgently pulled tax records for all citizens and is working with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, to identify people on a low-income list. All American citizens earning under $50,000 a year are being labeled as a financial burden group and are further suspected of being linked to rising crime rates. Allegedly, even those without any criminal record, but who have lived in neighborhoods with high crime rates, could be placed on a priority deportation list. Starting tomorrow, being poor won't just mean being poor. It will mean being a potential criminal. Are we even Americans anymore?
Starting tomorrow, wearing shorts at the airport will officially be a criminal offense, punishable by up to 10 years in prison. This is not a joke. According to the latest federal regulations, the National Image and Aviation Security Act has formally classified wearing shorts as a potential security threat. If you insist on wearing shorts into the airport, security officers will immediately stop you and escort you to a Level 2 screening room, where you'll face triple the usual pat-downs, questioning, and baggage inspections. Even crazier, 3 violations, and you'll land on the Aviation Behavior Watch List. Officials say this is to prevent terrorists from using loose clothing to hide dangerous items. But if you need to wear specific clothes for religious reasons, or if you have a medical condition like recovering from leg surgery that forces you to wear shorts, you're not completely doomed. However, you must apply for a special exemption and show official documents or a doctor's note. Otherwise, it still counts as a violation.
Breaking news. More than 200 people across the country have now fallen seriously ill, some hospitalized, after eating contaminated brown eggs. What began as a limited recall has become a growing crisis as the number of reported cases keeps climbing week after week. Health officials say over 1.7 million brown eggs were distributed to major supermarkets nationwide, but many families are still unaware their eggs could be dangerous. The scary part? These eggs look and smell completely normal, but hidden inside, deadly salmonella can trigger high fever, unstoppable vomiting, and severe dehydration, especially in kids and seniors. Authorities are warning everyone, check your fridge immediately. Brown eggs with lot codes starting with B17, sold between June 10th and July 3rd, must be thrown out or returned for a refund. Doctors urge, if you feel sick after eating eggs, fever, stomach pain, or diarrhea, seek medical help fast. This isn't old news. The threat is still out there. Check your eggs, share this alert, and protect your family before it's too late.
Breaking news. The blueberries in your fridge could be a hidden killer. 3 deaths have now been linked to listeria-infected blueberries sold across the country. The FDA just escalated the recall to its highest risk level, meaning the threat is deadly and urgent. These blueberries look totally fresh and safe, but inside they carry invisible listeria bacteria, capable of causing high fever, severe nausea, brain infection, and even death. The victims include elderly and immune-compromised people. Anyone could be at risk. Supermarkets nationwide have already pulled thousands of boxes from shelves, but experts warn many families may still have contaminated blueberries at home right now. Check your fridge immediately. If you've bought blueberries in the last 2 weeks, especially with batch codes flagged by the FDA, throw them away or return them for a refund. If you or someone in your family experiences fever, muscle aches, or confusion after eating blueberries, get medical help immediately. This is not a routine recall. It's a national food emergency with deadly consequences.
Breaking news. Donald Trump has stated if you are 18 to 25 and you have been in jail and you have a criminal background record, you will be enlisted into the Army and will be drafted. They go for male or female. If you have been to jail, you will be going to the Army. Yes, to prove how motherfucking gangster you are. If they want to be on baddies, all you YNs, this is your time to shine. Yep, Donald Trump helped you, so you better go fight for our country and fight hard. It's all over CNN, Fox News, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. It's everywhere. You can find this everywhere. So if you own a shiesty mask, get ready to suit up and boot up, baby, because you finna go. National News got this article on there. Top News, YouTube, baby, you name it. Get ready. And nah, don't be scared now, because you weren't scared when you was holding them. Yeah.
Lead poisoning alert. 2 babies hospitalized after eating recalled baby food. In Oregon, 2 infants were diagnosed with lead poisoning after consuming baby food recalled by Target. Even tiny amounts of lead can seriously damage a baby's developing brain and body. The recalled product is a 4-ounce veggie puree, made by Fruselva and sold under Target's Good and Gather brand, with flavors including peas, zucchini, kale, and thyme. Doctors say symptoms may not be obvious at first, but can lead to permanent developmental delays, learning disabilities, and serious health issues. Parents are urged to check all baby food immediately. If you have any Good and Gather veggie purees, especially those from recent recalls, do not feed them to your child. Throw them away or return them for a refund. If your baby ate this product and shows signs of illness, fatigue, irritability, vomiting, or loss of appetite, seek medical help right away. Warn your friends, protect your child. Don't let healthy baby food become a hidden killer in your home.
Breaking news. Snack recall turns deadly. 2 children have died after eating Casa Mamita chocolate hazelnut and creamy chipotle snacks. The FDA has confirmed multiple cases of severe allergic reactions, many requiring hospitalization. Milk was found in snacks labeled as dairy-free. No warning, no label, just hidden danger. For children and anyone with a dairy allergy, a single bite meant sudden respiratory arrest, violent asthma attacks, and even death. Right now, over 300,000 products are under urgent recall, but some families still don't realize there's a deadly threat hiding in their pantry. Aldi and the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, FDA, urge everyone, check your snacks. If you purchased Casa Mamita chocolate hazelnut or creamy chipotle snacks, do not eat them. Return them immediately. Protect your loved ones. If a child or anyone with a dairy allergy experiences trouble breathing, swelling, or shock after eating, call 911. Every second counts. Breaking news. Trump must either deport his own family or resign as president. The U.S. Supreme Court has just delivered an unprecedented verdict ordering Donald Trump to obey the same strict immigration laws he created for America. After an in-depth investigation, the justices discovered that both Trump's and Melania's grandparents entered the country illegally, crossing the border without documents, just like the families targeted for years by Trump's own policies. Now, the ruling is clear. Unless Trump steps down, Melania and their children must leave the United States immediately. The justices declared, justice starts at home. You can't protect your own family while tearing immigrant families apart. This double standard is over. The message is simple. No one is above the rules, not even the president. Social media has erupted. Millions are in disbelief. For the first time, Trump faces the pain and uncertainty he caused for so many others. Share before it disappears. Justice at last starts at the top.
Breaking news. President Trump has just signed a hardline new order. ICE and Homeland Security agents are now authorized to use any means necessary to arrest protesters who throw anything at federal vehicles or officials. Overnight, what began as nationwide protests against controversial immigration crackdowns has become a battle over the very limits of government force. In a late-night post, Trump labeled protesters as mobs, with a clear message: stop them at all costs. The order has gone out. Arrest, detain, imprison, no limits, no warnings. If you attend a protest, even a peaceful one, you could face arrest, harsh detention, or worse, simply for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Lawyers warn this isn't just about rocks and bricks. Any means necessary could mean deadly force, mass arrests, and a dangerous blur between lawful order and unchecked violence. And as protests against immigration crackdowns continue nationwide, this move could turn routine policing into a license for brutality. The debate is far from over. Breaking news. America's green card just turned into a nationwide lottery, thanks to Trump's new fast-track immigration plan. Starting tomorrow, undocumented immigrants across the country will line up for a monthly draw. Only a handful will win legal status. Families who have lived here for years, worked, paid taxes, and sent their kids to local schools now face a single question: will luck decide their future? Outside immigration centers, lines snake around the block before dawn. Parents clutch ticket numbers, hoping for a miracle. Meanwhile, agencies are cashing in, charging up to $3,000 for lottery strategy seminars. Social media is flooded with ads promising secret tips to beat the odds. The White House says this new system will cut illegal immigration and speed up the process. Officials call it fair and transparent, but critics warn it leaves too many families in limbo, facing job losses, frozen benefits, and a future that changes with every drawing. Congress has yet to respond. Immigration officials say, didn't win, try again next month. Now, the big question in every immigrant household: how do we protect our families and our future?
Breaking news. Trump has just signed the zero-barrier retirement order. Starting tomorrow, every citizen will be guaranteed affordable work, and anyone over 60 who wishes to retire can do so. No explanation needed. Tens of thousands have flooded the streets, celebrating what they call the end of modern slavery. But is this really liberation? Wall Street and business leaders are sounding alarms, warning of a sudden labor shortage, skyrocketing government spending, and an economic crisis unlike anything in American history. This isn't just a new law, it's a shockwave that ripples through every level of society. On one side, ordinary people finally see a way out of endless work. On the other, critics warn that America's economic foundation is being sacrificed in the name of populism. Trump isn't stopping here. A second executive order is already in the works, one that could shake the entire system and have lasting effects on the youngest, the poorest, and the most vulnerable Americans. Tonight, America stands at a crossroads, caught between celebration and chaos, hope and uncertainty.
Starting tomorrow, your electric bill could skyrocket up to 350% overnight. Remember that budget bill Trump just signed? One of its main moves was to slash tax credits for wind and solar power. Without federal support, renewable energy projects grind to a halt, construction costs soar, and suddenly, energy companies turn to expensive natural gas plants. Guess who's footing the bill? You are, month after month. If you live in a Republican-led state, get ready for the worst hit. No local clean energy standards means you were relying on federal incentives, and now they're gone. Prepare yourself for bills that double, triple, even quadruple. In some areas, just keeping the lights on could cost you 350% more over the next decade. While the rest of the world races ahead with cheap renewables, America is about to fall behind, handing global energy leadership straight to China. So the next time your power bill arrives and your jaw drops, remember, this is exactly what you voted for. Hope those tax cuts were worth it, because tomorrow, your electric bill is about to make history.
Breaking news, Donald Trump has just shocked everyone with an unexpected announcement. If you are an immigrant with no criminal record, you will not be deported. Yes, you heard that right. Effective the 20th of July, a new measure will change the lives of millions of people. The U.S. president has guaranteed that immigrants with no criminal record can remain in the country without fear. But that's not all. Trump has announced a new immigration plan. Eligible immigrants will be able to obtain legal status for 5 years with the right to work legally and live in peace. This country also belongs to those who come here to work, build, and strive for a better life. The president declared if the plan succeeds, it will be extended for another 10 years. This is a historic measure aimed at providing a second chance for those who truly deserve a future in the United States. This will be the beginning of true change. Please share your thoughts and spread the word. Before the video is removed,
Breaking news. Abandoned pets have become the silent victims of Trump's latest immigration crackdown, and shelters across America are overwhelmed. Across dozens of states, animal shelters are overflowing with loyal family dogs and cats, dumped overnight as ICE raids force entire families to leave the country. Children sob at shelter gates, hugging pets for the last time. Every cage now tells a tragic story. Owner deported. Viral images show kennels bursting, animals staring out in confusion, still waiting for the people who will never return. Shelter staff call it an unprecedented heartbreak with no end in sight. Now, Southern California is launching emergency rescue measures. To help save abandoned pets, local shelters are offering a $500 cash incentive for every successful adoption, enough to cover essentials like collars and leashes, and the support lasts for 3 months. But this isn't for everyone. Shelters urge you to think twice. Do you have at least 3 years of real pet care experience? Is your home truly loving and safe for animals? This is not an impulse. It's a promise to care for a soul who's lost everything. Breaking news. Ring has suffered a massive security breach, leaving countless families exposed to hackers. If you own any Ring camera devices or know anyone who does, stop scrolling and share this message immediately. This is serious. Reports say that on May 28, 2025, Ring experienced a major security breach, exposing homes nationwide to cyber attacks. The shocking part? Ring stayed silent. No alerts, no warnings. Some users discovered that hackers remotely unlocked their smart doors or triggered alarms in the middle of the night. There's hard evidence. Stalkers have used Ring cameras to track daily routines, pinpoint when homes are empty, and even target properties for burglary. Social media is flooded with reports and screenshots from worried families. Experts are calling this the most chilling smart home hack in years. Not just a tech failure, but a privacy nightmare. If you have a Ring camera, check your account immediately and warn everyone you know. Don't wait for an official alert. Protect yourself before it's too late, because the next target could be anyone.
They just cut off the medication you need most, and you don't even know it. Starting next month, a new internal rule in the healthcare system will take effect. All non-emergency insulin will no longer be covered. In other words, if you're not in the hospital fighting for your life, even if you rely on insulin every single day, you'll have to pay out of pocket up to $600 per month. This isn't a law passed by Congress, and no, it wasn't covered by the media. It was quietly buried inside a formulary update by the Medicare Services Bureau. This time, they didn't even bother to send a notice. People only found out when pharmacists told diabetic patients at the counter. And it's not just about diabetes. Extended-release medications for high blood pressure, asthma, and depression are also now on the watch list. Experts call it what it is: targeted harm against chronic illness patients. Just because they're not urgent doesn't mean they're not critical. The most ironic part, lawmakers themselves enjoy fully reimbursed private insurance. While you scroll on your phone, your essential medication is quietly being taken away.
Breaking news, that household cleaner sitting under your sink, it might be spreading bacteria instead of killing it. Popular cleaning brand Fabuloso has just recalled over 4 million bottles after finding they may be contaminated with a dangerous bacteria, Pseudomonas. Yes, the product known for 2x the cleaning power could be giving you more than you bargained for. It's a cleaner. It's supposed to eliminate bacteria, not carry it, but due to a preservative failure during production, certain batches became a breeding ground for two types of potentially harmful Pseudomonas bacteria, P. aeruginosa and P. fluorescens. According to Dr. Spratt, these strains can cause serious infections, especially in people with weakened immune systems, like the elderly, pregnant women, or anyone with conditions like cystic fibrosis. And it gets worse, the bacteria can become airborne. Dr. Spratt warns that if people pour this cleaner into a spray bottle, it could turn into an aerosol, spreading germs throughout the home. In some cases, particularly with P. aeruginosa, this can lead to severe respiratory infections, and for vulnerable patients, it could even be fatal.
Donald Trump's bad July just turned into a nightmare, and South Park is the reason, as their season premiere absolutely destroyed him. Now, if you missed it, last night was the season premiere of South Park, after signing their billion-dollar deal with Paramount. And that's significant because Paramount just settled with Donald Trump. And they pulled no punches. In the episode, they covered Donald Trump's love of lawsuits, the love of portraits of himself, his narcissism. They even covered the Paramount settlement. It was a masterclass, and I promise you Donald Trump has seen it because there are clips everywhere. It is the talk of social media. Now, I can't show you a lot of it here because it's just South Park. What else do you want me to say? But this is going to be bad for Trump because they are going to react to whatever is happening. South Park makes their episodes weekly, so they'll react to the news of the day. And yes, they also covered the files in this episode. Donald Trump has seen this, and I am absolutely waiting for his response because it is going to be a meltdown.
Speak English or get out of my country.
Donald Trump has just announced that starting in August, English will be the only official language recognized in the United States. Under this policy, all public services, including schools, hospitals, and government offices, will only provide services in English. Public signage, forms, and website content will gradually eliminate Spanish language versions. In terms of language use, bilingual options will no longer be considered standard. Trump stated, "If you want to live in the United States, speak English. It is the language of our country." He noted that a unified language helps strengthen national identity and promote social integration, and claimed that language fragmentation is being exploited by certain groups to weaken America's cohesion. The policy is currently in the preparation phase, with relevant directives to be gradually communicated to local governments and public institutions. While the government claims the move aims to improve efficiency and promote integration, it has also sparked significant controversy. Breaking news: unauthorized abortions are now classified as serious crimes, punishable by up to 20 years in prison. Starting tomorrow, new laws in multiple states will take effect, making any abortion performed outside of approved medical guidelines a felony. Overnight, clinics in Houston, Miami, and Nashville have shut down. Dozens of women in these states have received official warning letters, and several doctors are now under criminal investigation according to the new laws. This marks one of the most radical changes in reproductive law in decades. What was once a private medical decision is now under intense scrutiny, with surveillance, investigations, and severe penalties threatening families, doctors, and even support networks. Police have announced an increase in enforcement, with promises of surprise inspections at clinics and pharmacies. Supporters claim these measures are intended to protect life, but critics warn that this is a direct attack on personal freedom and women's autonomy, pushing countless individuals into fear and uncertainty. Breaking news: nightmare tsunami threat for the West Coast. Millions face danger tonight. This is not a drill. Right now, America's entire West Coast is under a tsunami warning after a record-shattering 8.8 earthquake struck the Pacific Ocean. Sirens are sounding, emergency texts are lighting up phones, and local officials are urging everyone to stay alert. Waves could strike Hawaii as soon as 7:17 p.m. local time now. For the West Coast, the greatest danger will hit between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. Pacific time, while most people are asleep and vulnerable. The U.S. Geological Survey has just raised the earthquake's strength to 8.8, making it one of the 6 most powerful quakes ever recorded in history. Experts warn if this tsunami arrives, it could swallow entire neighborhoods, flood major highways, destroy critical infrastructure, and leave cities plunged into darkness and chaos. Hospitals and rescue teams are already on high alert, preparing for the worst. If you're anywhere near the coast, Hawaii, California, Oregon, or Washington, do not wait. Breaking news: following the Celsius vodka recall, DUI laws are now tougher than ever. Drinking an energy drink could now lead to a drunk driving charge, punishable by up to 10 years in prison. Reports this week show that over 300 drivers across 8 U.S. states have already been charged with DUI. Their offense? Drinking what they believed was a harmless Celsius energy drink, only to find out it was mixed with vodka. Parents are strongly urged to keep all receipts when buying drinks for their families. Drivers are advised to photograph every can before opening it. Schools have begun removing all energy drinks from campus. Insurance companies have announced if any alcohol is detected in your system, even due to a labeling error, your claim will be denied. Experts now urge everyone, always check your drink's label, save your receipt, and if you're unsure, do not drive. What started as a product recall has now become a nationwide safety crisis. Will new packaging rules and stricter tracking stop the chaos, or will more innocent people be caught up in this wave? Breaking news: President Trump has just signed an order that could shake every American household, reinstating a tradition from 1956 to 2013 in public schools, the National Fitness Assessment. Starting tomorrow, your child's fitness test score will carry as much weight as their SAT or ACT results. If they fail, graduation could be off the table, and the doors to college may slam shut. For families whose children don't pass, get ready for a new shock. Many communities will now impose a health tax, an extra $300, simply because your child didn't pass the test. This fitness law doesn't just raise the bar, it draws a sharp dividing line for America's future. It's the biggest change since the SAT, and Trump is unapologetic, saying, if I can play a round of golf every day, America's kids can do a push-up. Critics fire back. Not every child is built for this test. Not every family can afford it, and not every child has the Secret Service to clear the way. Ready or not, this policy is about to impact every family in America.
Breaking as of the 3rd of August, 2025, Donald Trump just redefined marriage in a way no one saw coming. If you've been dating for 5 years, congratulations, you are now married. According to a statement released earlier today, any romantic relationship lasting 5 years or more is now a legal marriage under federal law. Starting August 1, people all over the country began receiving official marriage licenses by mail, even if they didn't apply. Trump's team says this will strengthen American families and cut government waste. But legal experts are freaking out because under this rule, live together for 5 years, married, on-off dating for 5 years, married. Partner has kids, they're now your legal dependents. That means shared debt, shared custody, even alimony if you split. Social media is exploding. TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, calling it the Forced Family Act. Trump's response? You said you love them, now live with it. Count it, August 1, 2025 rule. How many Americans just got married without ever saying, I do?
Breaking news: Low-income families will face new visa penalties. Starting tomorrow, U.S. households earning less than $70,000 per year will be required to pay a $15,000 visa bond if they wish to invite relatives for family visits or tourism. This policy is part of the revised Immigration Responsibility and Traveler Assurance Act. The government's explanation: to prevent overstays and resource abuse, a targeted bond system will be implemented. Low-income families are losing the right to invite their loved ones, while wealthy individuals remain unaffected. What's more outrageous, if your relative is suspected of having a long-term overstay risk during the entry process, even without breaking any rules, the $15,000 bond will be forfeited and not refunded. Once marked as a high-risk individual by the automated system, the applicant could be placed on a visa restriction list for the next 5 years. These high-risk indicators include being from certain countries, older age or lack of strong financial assets, no documented proof of permanent residence in their home country.
21 people from Florida are all sick because they drank raw milk from the same farm. 6 of these are reported to be children. 7 people have required hospitalization, including 2 people who were experiencing severe complications. The infections are reported to be E. coli and Campylobacter. Both of these can cause pretty significant gastrointestinal symptoms: vomiting, diarrhea, fever, abdominal cramping. You can get some dehydration. E. coli is also known to cause something called hemolytic uremic syndrome, where you can have potentially kidney failure, which is obviously bad. It's also a bacteria that can cause sepsis and get into the bloodstream, and that's not great. Campylobacter can also cause Guillain-Barré syndrome, so unsure what the severe complications are right now, but any of those things could potentially be life-threatening or at least cause some long-term issues, so not off to a great start with this outbreak. Now, to be clear, in Florida, raw milk cannot be sold for human consumption. It can be sold as pet food for animal consumption and has to be labeled as such. The farm that is in question has not been labeled, but there's obvious concerns for the sanitation practice given that this outbreak involves so many people. In addition to E. coli, raw milk also carries the risk of Brucella, Cryptosporidium, Listeria, Salmonella, and tuberculosis, in addition to others. And as you would imagine, immunocompromised people, pregnant people, children, and the elderly at the most at risk. Pasteurization does not change the nutritional components of the milk, and you eliminate the risk of all of this badness, and you can keep your kidneys. So pasteurize your milk.
Breaking news: forgetting your dog's leash could now make you a criminal threat to children. Starting August 10th, any unleashed pet that approaches a minor, even without biting, could lead to the owner being charged with indirect child endangerment. Once flagged as a potential threat to children, dog owners will immediately receive a criminal record and face restrictions on applying for child benefit. If you're already a parent, this mark will directly impact your family's safety rating, affecting your child's school admissions, healthcare eligibility, and future visa applications. Repeat offenders will be forced into behavioral correction programs, face major civil penalties, and could permanently lose pet ownership rights. Last month, a 7-year-old girl was playing in a park when an unleashed golden retriever knocked her over. She hit her head on a bench and was rushed to the ICU. Despite no bite, the injury sparked national outrage from parents. Lawmakers say the policy aims to eliminate any potential harm pathways in public spaces. From now on, the cost of forgetting a leash isn't just a fine. It could be your child's future flagged as a family risk.
Breaking news, a viral skincare scare is unfolding online, and it's about CeraVe. Once hailed as the one dermatologist recommended brand, CeraVe is now facing backlash as users across TikTok report severe skin reactions, including burning, breakouts, and red inflamed skin. The most complained about products, the foaming facial cleanser and the moisturizing lotion. Yes, they're top sellers. So what went wrong? Experts suggest that ingredients like niacinamide, though helpful for many, can irritate sensitive or compromised skin. Plus, the foaming cleanser may be too harsh for already dry or reactive skin types. And here's the truth no one wants to say. Dermatologist recommended doesn't mean your skin will love it. What works for others might wreck your skin barrier. At this time, CeraVe has issued no official response, but dermatologists warn if your face is burning, breaking out, or peeling after using CeraVe, stop immediately and consult a skincare professional. Skincare is not one size fits all. Listen to your skin, not just the hype.
This has to be the best run place in the country, not the worst run place in the country.
We have some major news right now. Donald Trump has issued a threat to homeless people in Washington, D.C., telling them to leave D.C. immediately. This is ahead of his press conference tomorrow at 10 a.m., where many expect that he could ramp up pressure, potentially issue the National Guard, federalize Washington, D.C. He's doing this in the name of crime. But here's the issue. How does Donald Trump expect individuals who don't have a home and likely don't have access to Wi-Fi, don't have access to Truth Social to heed his warning? What does he mean by leave immediately? There are a lot of unknowns right now about what he plans to do with Washington, D.C., but here's what I'll tell you. I'm here in D.C. I'm going to make sure that I'll be reporting live on the ground for you all to know the truth about what happens after his press conference tomorrow at 10 a.m. And we'll see what escalatory measures he takes in the next several days. So spread the word. I'll do a full breakdown on my Substack, as always, linked in bio, so subscribe for free.
Breaking news, Washington, D.C. may be facing the strictest security measures in its history. Multiple sources indicate that the Trump team is pushing a series of new regulations. First, ID checkpoints would be set up at all major entry and exit points to Washington, including highways, train stations, and intercity bus terminals. Farmers markets and large outdoor gathering places in the capital may be temporarily closed to facilitate security inspections and the management of public events. The most controversial measure is an existing federal security law that grants the military the authority, in certain circumstances during special periods, to enter residences without a local search warrant. The White House emphasizes that such actions are extremely rare and require strict approval, but civil rights groups worry that if security measures continue to escalate, this clause could be invoked more frequently. At present, some details of these measures have not been finalized. However, it is certain that Washington's security framework is undergoing rapid changes, directly impacting residents' travel, daily life, and privacy.
Trump announced that starting tomorrow, all U.S. bank accounts must maintain a minimum monthly balance of $1,000. If an account falls below this amount, it could face fines and may have its transaction privileges frozen until the balance is restored. This new regulation, spearheaded by Trump's team, is officially described as a measure to stabilize the financial order. The stated goal is to prevent large-scale withdrawals from triggering liquidity risks in banks, ensuring that every account retains a set safety reserve, thereby reducing the chances of a sudden financial crisis. The rule is expected to directly freeze hundreds of billions of dollars in cash flow nationwide. For most low and middle-income households, having $1,000 locked away each month will severely weaken their ability to handle emergency expenses. At present, some state legislators and civic groups have launched opposition campaigns, calling on Congress to review the policy. However, the White House has taken a firm stance and has shown no sign of delaying or amending the measure. The Trump administration has just announced a shocking new policy. Anyone who spends more than $50,000 abroad will have their bank account immediately frozen and placed under federal investigation. The measure is set to roll out in phases as early as tomorrow. This isn't a sudden ambush. For months, Trump's team has quietly tightened controls on cross-border transfers, overseas tuition payments, and foreign property purchases. Now, the red line is clearly drawn. The amount may seem small, but the impact is surgical. What's most alarming isn't how much you spend, but the fact that you may have no idea which transaction could trigger a freeze. Your funds are locked, payments are blocked, and you're placed under federal financial scrutiny. You can't use your card, you can't apply for a loan, you can't touch your own money. What's even more terrifying? This policy isn't aimed at the wealthy. It's aimed at anyone who looks like they might have money. Are you an immigrant? Do you have family overseas? Have you legally wired money in the past? Any of these could land you on the system's auto review list.
Starting this September, Americans earning under $90,000 will stop paying federal income tax, but no one's telling you why. It looks like a jackpot for the middle class. In reality, it's a calculated political move. The Middle Class Tax Freedom Act didn't appear out of nowhere. For a household making $75,000 a year, it means an extra $6,000 kept in their pocket annually. Homeowners can pay down high-interest loans faster. Parents can cover childcare costs. Freelancers will see more money from every single job. But there's another side to the ledger. A $470 billion drop in revenue will push states to raise sales and property taxes. Wealthy states can dip into reserves. Poorer states will slash education and cut health care. In the long run, today's pay raise could become tomorrow's public service deficit. Trump's bet is simple. He's counting on voters to remember the extra line on their paycheck, not the day their local library shuts down. The question is, would you trade a few hundred extra dollars a month for higher tuition and healthcare costs 10 years from now? Starting tomorrow, jaywalking will no longer bring you a fine. New York City just killed one of its longest-standing traffic rules, and the shockwaves are spreading nationwide. For decades, jaywalking tickets were a hidden tax. In New York alone, over 200,000 tickets a year, nearly 90% handed to Black and Latino residents. Supporters call it systemic discrimination disguised as public safety. Now the system flips. Fines are gone. Instead, violators will be logged and forced into a one-day traffic safety class. Skip it, and you could lose transit discounts or even health subsidy eligibility. Trump weighed in during a recent interview, backing the idea fines should never be the government's ATM, and police should focus on real crime, not citizens rushing across the street. But the backlash is strong. Police warn without fines, jaywalking will spike, drivers will slam brakes, and accident rates could soar. Small towns also fear losing fine revenue that props up their budgets. California and Virginia already tried similar reforms without major accident surges. But New York is different, one of the densest cities in America. If it works here, it could rewrite the nation's traffic laws. Trump announced that immigrant families without work permits will no longer be allowed to rent or buy homes in the United States. Starting tomorrow, landlords will be forced to act like border enforcement officers. For decades, housing in cities like New York, Los Angeles, and Houston has been the foundation for immigrant families beginning a new life. But under Trump's new plan, landlords and real estate agents must verify work permits before signing any lease or completing any transaction. A Republican lawmaker said, "Housing must belong to the people who built this country, not those who broke its laws." But critics warn that the consequences will be catastrophic. Families who have lived in the U.S. for years could find themselves homeless overnight. Civil rights organizations say the move is unconstitutional and discriminatory, and lawsuits are already being prepared. Landlords will also be caught in the middle. If they rent to immigrant families, they could face federal fines worth thousands of dollars. This is not just about housing policy. It is a battle over identity, legality, and who has the right to call America home. Trump bans multiple cars. Starting tomorrow, any immigrant family with a second vehicle will be considered illegal. On the surface, this measure carries the label of traffic management. But the real issue isn't on the roads, it's inside the household. In big cities, one parent works days, the other nights. Kids need rides to school and jobs. Elderly relatives need medical care. When a single car has to serve everyone, it means someone loses a job, someone drops out of school, someone might miss the emergency room. What they call traffic fairness quickly turns into daily life that's impossible to sustain. What begins as traffic enforcement instantly becomes an immigration raid. Local governments may resist, but under Trump's order, federal agents can override them. The conflict grows into communities versus Washington, local autonomy versus federal power. And the deeper fear? This is a test policy. If the government can decide how many cars your family is allowed to own, then it's already deciding how much freedom you're allowed to live with. Today, it's cars. Tomorrow, will it be the size of your home? Breaking news. Trump calls for a nationwide seafood ban until the radioactive shrimp scandal is fully resolved. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration, FDA, has just issued a warning. The public should not eat, sell, or serve certain Great Value brand raw frozen shrimp sold at Walmart. Tests suggest the shrimp may be contaminated with the radioactive isotope cesium-137. What began as a food safety alert has been rapidly escalated by Trump. If shrimp aren't safe, then no seafood is safe, he declared. He is calling for an immediate nationwide freeze on all seafood sales until the crisis is resolved. For ordinary families, that means seafood could vanish entirely, from home dinners to takeout menus. Even more alarming, the FBI has now launched an investigation, suspecting possible deliberate sabotage. If international actors are involved, this is no longer just a food safety issue. It becomes a national security crisis. If you recently purchased raw frozen shrimp from Walmart matching this description, the FDA urges you to throw it away immediately. Starting tomorrow, the U.S. driving age jumps to 21. Trump calls young drivers the biggest danger on the road, claiming the higher threshold could cut hundreds of thousands of crashes. It sounds like a safety reform, but what it really changes is the course of your daily life. The new Road Safety and Youth Protection Act will take effect nationwide. Every state will now set the minimum age for a driver's license at 21. If you're 18 to 20 and already licensed, you'll be forced to undergo a new provisional driving review, restricted from nighttime driving and highways. Break the rule, and you face fines up to $5,000, plus a permanent mark on your driving record. That means your weekend job, your late-night drive, even your graduation party pickup could vanish overnight. Parents will carry the burden, and small towns with no buses will be hit the hardest. And here's the irony. At 18, you can enlist, carry a rifle, even drive a tank into combat. But back home, you can't legally drive a used pickup to work. The message is clear. Your country trusts you to fight a war, but not to drive to your job. Trump warns, banks and state governments are colluding to seize your wealth, and it's completely legal. This isn't a rumor. It's called the unclaimed property system. Under U.S. law, an inactive account is treated as abandoned. If your account shows no customer-initiated activity for 5 years, the bank can label it dormant and transfer the balance to the state treasury's unclaimed property fund. The irony? You might think automatic payments or interest deposits count as activity, but in many states they don't. If you haven't logged in, made a transfer, or updated your address, time runs out, and your money can be taken legally. Trump slams this practice, saying it's not consumer protection, but a systematized extraction of private wealth. Banks clear liabilities, states gain revenue, and the people left behind are ordinary citizens with no warning. Here's the reminder. Log into your accounts regularly. Even moving just $1 resets the activity clock. Always update your mailing address and email so the bank can reach you. Don't let the so-called dormancy rules deliver your lifetime savings straight into the government's pocket.
It looks like garbage. It looks absolutely like garbage.
Jenny Richardson is all out of patience.
I have been sending emails, I have been calling people, and I keep getting the runaround.
The problems at her Northeast Austin home started in September. She came home to the city of Austin fixing a water line in the road. Jenny says the workers accidentally cut her Spectrum cable line, and that's where it snowballed.
Right here you can see where they put the new cable box. Well, inches away from the cable box is my water line.
Jenny says while the Spectrum contractor tried to repair the cable line, they cut the water line.
I come out and everything in this yard is underwater.
Coming out of that broken pipe, 10 gallons per minute. That meant a $508 water bill for the month of December.
Boom. Look how much water we wasted.
Now she's looking for answers, accountability, and all the money she paid to fix someone else's mistake.
Everyone's been nice and professional, but nice and professional does not fill the void that is in my bank account right now.
Breaking news. President Trump has publicly accused Vice President Kamala Harris after reports revealed that a local judge, described as a staunch supporter of Harris, released a dangerous repeat offender who went on to murder Irina Zarutska. According to the White House, the suspect, Carlos Brown, had been charged at least 14 times over the past decade, including armed robbery, theft, and burglary. He should have been behind bars. Yet last January, when Brown was arrested again, this judge released him without bail. With only a written promise to return, he walked free. Trump condemned the decision in anger. This was not an accident. This was a systemic failure. Her death was entirely preventable. The White House has pointed the finger directly at Harris, calling the judge one of her strongest supporters. Critics argue that this kind of politically aligned leniency in the courts is putting dangerous criminals back on the streets. Now, Irina's death has escalated beyond a single crime. It has become a political firestorm. Is this judicial independence or political indulgence? Trump's position is clear. This is the vice president's responsibility. Breaking news. Donald Trump is suing ABC again, this time over Jimmy Kimmel. Trump blasted Kimmel as talentless and a Democrat puppet, accusing ABC of bringing him back despite what he called zero ratings. He even reminded his supporters, "Last time I went after them, I walked away with $16 million. This time could be even bigger." But this isn't just an insult, it's a warning. Trump is framing Kimmel's return not as entertainment, but as what he calls an illegal campaign contribution to Democrats. He's tying a late-night comedy show to election law, turning a TV feud into a political weapon. Critics say this looks like yet another Trump attack on the First Amendment, proof he's willing to use presidential power to silence his loudest critics. His supporters see it differently. Trump is holding media giants accountable, exposing bias, and proving that even a network like ABC is not untouchable. What began as a fight over a late-night host has now become a test of political muscle. Will ABC bow to Trump's pressure or stand its ground against a president who openly claims he can turn lawsuits into million-dollar paydays?
Breaking news. The U.S. government is set to shut down in just 3 days, and the impact will hit millions of Americans overnight. Listen closely, here's what you need to know. If no deal is reached by September 30th, hundreds of thousands of federal employees will be sent home without pay. Some will be on forced leave, others could lose their jobs entirely. Military families face deep uncertainty. Soldiers may keep serving, but their paychecks could be frozen, forcing families to survive with no income. National parks and museums will lock their doors, leaving tourists stranded and crushing the small businesses that rely on them. And if the shutdown drags on, seniors may wait weeks for Medicare processing. Social Security checks could be delayed. Families everywhere will feel the squeeze. The final deadline is midnight October 1st. If Congress can't strike a deal, America really does go dark. Remember, when Washington shuts down, it's not just the government that stops. It's your household cash flow that gets cut off. This is not a distant political game, but a reality that will come crashing down on you.
Breaking news, Donald Trump has just shocked everyone with an unexpected announcement. If you are an immigrant with no criminal record, you will not be deported. Yes, you heard that right. Effective the 20th of July, a new measure will change the lives of millions of people. The U.S. president has guaranteed that immigrants with no criminal record can remain in the country without fear. But that's not all. Trump has announced a new immigration plan. Eligible immigrants will be able to obtain legal status for 5 years with the right to work legally and live in peace. This country also belongs to those who come here to work, build, and strive for a better life. The president declared if the plan succeeds, it will be extended for another 10 years. This is a historic measure aimed at providing a second chance for those who truly deserve a future in the United States. This will be the beginning of true change. Please share your thoughts and spread the word. Before the video is removed,
she only reached out to steady a mirror and nearly lost 2 children. 30 weeks pregnant, a cat knocked over the mirror in her home. The moment it began to tip, she didn't think. She reacted on instinct and reached out to catch it. The next second, the edge of the mirror slammed hard into her abdomen. Pain hit instantly. Breathing became difficult. She couldn't stay on her feet, couldn't even take a full breath. She realized this wasn't a minor accident. She was rushed to the hospital. Examinations, monitors. Doctors repeatedly checked the baby's heartbeats and condition. In the days that followed, all she could do was wait. No answers, no guarantees. She didn't know whether that impact had caused damage she couldn't see. 4 weeks later, the doctors made a decision. An emergency C-section had to be performed immediately. Not because it was time to give birth, but because that impact had become a potential risk. When the operating room lights turned on, she had only one thought: the babies had to live. Thankfully, she survived. The twins in her womb were born safely. But later, she kept repeating one sentence. In that moment, I truly thought I was going to lose them. One mirror, one instinctive movement, a decision made in seconds, nearly changed the fate of 3 lives. A woman was fired after causing a disturbance at Hazy, a bar in San Francisco. But the real winner turned out to be Strava. I'm definitely not the only person who didn't know what Strava was until I saw that drunk girl. Video footage shows that Shireen Afkari and her partner were already intoxicated when they entered the restaurant, and the manager refused to continue serving them. Shireen immediately got into an argument with the manager and claimed she was being harassed when asked to leave. Another video, filmed from a different angle, shows her attempting to attack an off-duty female server who was sitting at the bar. After the footage went viral, Strava's response speed was widely viewed by users as a corporate response template. The company moved quickly to cut ties, clearly stating that Shireen Afkari was no longer an employee. Ironically, the negative incident ended up giving Strava unprecedented exposure. Many users said they learned what Strava was for the first time because of this incident. One person paid a professional price for losing control. Meanwhile, a company that reacted quickly ended up gaining points in the court of public opinion. Who do you think is at fault? Taco Bell employee refuses to return customers' change. Shocking behavior exposed at Taco Bell. Macalenes paid $35 for her meal, but she only received $5 in change instead of the $74 she was owed. When she pointed out the mistake, the employee didn't apologize. Instead, she argued with her and completely ignored her complaint. The shocking incident was filmed by Maclenas and uploaded online, immediately sparking widespread discussion and outrage. More and more people began demanding accountability for the employee, stating that such attitude and behavior are completely unacceptable. The confrontation in the video is clear. The employee not only failed to correct the mistake, but also acted very impatiently, completely disregarding the customer's reasonable request. If we paid a few cents less, they would withhold our food. This double standard is infuriating. Many people believe this isn't just bad service, but a complete disrespect toward customers. This employee doesn't deserve to work in customer service, is the consensus among netizens. What do you think?
So today, everything that you have, we are going to bag you up, and we hope every one of you have a very Merry Christmas.
A store manager working at an H-E-B supermarket made a decision after the system went down to let all customers leave without paying and was later promoted with a raise. The incident took place in an H-E-B store in Burleson, Texas. Multiple customers said they were pushing carts filled with Christmas gifts and were stuck in crowded checkout lines when the system suddenly crashed. All registers stopped working and the store briefly descended into chaos. According to witnesses, shopping carts were lined up in long rows and many people had already been waiting for a long time. As customers began to grow frustrated, the store manager made a call to let everyone go. No checkout, no records, everything free. The store fell silent. Then came cheers, applause, and some people even broke down in tears on the spot. H-E-B later confirmed the decision, saying it was a response made by the team under special circumstances. Afterward, the manager was not held responsible. Instead, they were praised internally and received a promotion and a raise. Many online called it a real Christmas miracle, saying it showed humanity and warmth. But others raised a question. If it hadn't been Christmas, would the store have still let customers leave for free? What do you think?
Get the fuck. I'm gonna give you 5 seconds to get.
An employee working at a Planet Fitness location was fired on the spot after forcibly trying to remove a customer who refused to leave. What made the situation even more dramatic? The confrontation directly caused the gym to shut down 45 minutes early. The incident happened earlier this week at a Planet Fitness location. According to on-site accounts, the customer had remained inside the gym for an extended period and clearly stated that they did not intend to leave immediately. The employee then intervened. But it was not a reminder, not a negotiation. Instead, the employee repeatedly demanded that the customer leave. The customer refused to cooperate. Another version of the story began circulating online. Some unverified claims suggested that the employee was in a hurry to leave work early that night, possibly to meet his girlfriend. This claim has not been officially confirmed. However, management arrived shortly afterward. The outcome surprised many. The employee involved was immediately terminated, and in order to calm the situation, the location chose to end operations 45 minutes early, with all members asked to leave. If the motive really was just wanting to leave early, was the cost worth it? What do you think? More key details have emerged in Minnesota's child care subsidy fraud case. The so-called Quality Learning Center has been investigated 13 times by state authorities since May 2022, with more than 50 violations officially recorded. These were not superficial reviews. Inspection reports from the Minnesota Department of Human Services clearly documented serious compliance failures and abnormal operating conditions. Yet the subsidies were never suspended. At the same time, a critical figure has resurfaced. In 2022, a disabled Somali whistleblower came forward to expose alleged fraud in Minnesota's child care system. Fearing retaliation from within the Somali community, he fled to Africa. After arriving there, he was physically assaulted, reportedly because of his role in revealing the truth. As of now, the state has not announced whether regulators will be held accountable, whether subsidies will be paused, or what enforcement actions, if any, will follow. The investigation is ongoing. But this case is no longer about isolated violations by a single facility.
63-year-old Kenneth Johnson has threatened to sue the state government after officials refused to remove a 550-pound black bear living in the basement of his home. Since Thanksgiving, the bear, identified as Yellow 2120, has been hiding in Kenneth's basement. According to Johnson, the bear tore apart the insulation and ruptured a hot water pipe. Starting on Christmas Eve, the entire house was left without hot water. Kenneth was ultimately forced to leave his home, not as a temporary precaution, but because daily life had become impossible. Wildlife officials later stepped in. They initially attempted to trap the bear using fried chicken and sardines as bait. The effort failed. They even captured the wrong bear. After that, authorities switched to a hazing strategy and advised sealing off the basement entrance. However, after multiple attempts, the bear remained inside the house. The issue is that California law clearly states, unless there is an imminent threat to human life, black bears cannot be killed. This means that even if a 550-pound bear occupies a private residence long-term, causes extensive damage, and forces the homeowner out, the state still cannot remove it. Kenneth says he is exhausted and believes the government's handling of the situation amounts to negligence. He has publicly stated that he will pursue legal action. When the law protects a bear but leaves a person without a home, do you think this system is really reasonable? What's your take?
Tatiana Schlossberg is dead, and people are arguing nonstop about the truth behind her final days. She was not just another public figure, she was the granddaughter of JFK, yet she chose a quiet life as an environmental writer, staying away from power and spotlight. What shocked everyone is that she was diagnosed with an aggressive cancer just last month, and within weeks, everything collapsed. One moment she was a young mother with plans, work, and a future, and the next she was fighting a disease that gave her almost no time to react. That speed has made people uncomfortable because it shows how brutally fast cancer can erase privilege, status, and preparation. Some are calling it fate, others are asking hard questions about why even access to the best healthcare could not save her. Her own words before death were painfully honest about fear, motherhood, and unfinished life, which makes the loss feel even heavier. Tatiana Schlossberg did not die as a symbol of politics. She died as proof that life can turn merciless in a single month, and that reality.
A man questioned in person by Trax NYC over an alleged gold scam has now been arrested by police. The incident began after Trax NYC accused a jewelry company of using his name to sell a 10-carat white gold bracelet as a 14-carat gold bracelet. The company also gained the trust of its customers by hinting at some kind of connection with Trax NYC. After learning about the situation, Trax NYC confronted the company in person. He presented the receipt and accused the store of damaging his brand and causing concern for the customer. That confrontation, however, reportedly escalated into an assault. Subsequent footage shows visible swelling on Trax NYC's forehead and red marks on his neck. It is currently unclear whether these injuries were caused by the same individual Trax confronted. What is confirmed is that the man Trax confronted has since been arrested by police. The reason for the arrest has not yet been made public. Police have now intervened, and individuals connected to the incident have reportedly been taken in to assist with the investigation. A woman was pulled over 6 times by 6 different police officers and issued 6 separate tickets, all because the windows on her BMW were tinted. And all of this happened on the same day. The woman said she was simply driving normally that day and was not engaging in any dangerous behavior. The first time she was stopped, the officer told her that her window tint did not comply with local regulations. She cooperated with the inspection and provided her driver's license, vehicle registration, and insurance documents. The officer then issued a ticket and allowed her to continue driving. But that wasn't the end of it. Over the course of the same day, she was pulled over 6 times by 6 different officers. Each time, the reason was exactly the same. The window tint was too dark. After videos of the incident were posted online, the story quickly gained attention. Some people argued that the same violation should not be punished repeatedly within such a short period of time. Others insisted that as long as the vehicle remained in violation, the enforcement was justified. The question is, once a violation has already been identified, where exactly is the line for law enforcement? What do you think?
Bro, do you know how terrified every other world leader will be right now seeing the US capture the president of Venezuela like that? Right, it was just yesterday that he was giving interviews on TV talking about, how he's willing to negotiate with the US to combat drug trafficking for one of the first times. He goes to sleep that night. Who knows where, but he is was the president, and so it's going to be somewhere hella secure. And then between 12 and 3 a.m., we hear that the US's Army's Delta Force, which is their top counterterrorism unit, has got boots on the ground in Venezuela. They've managed to snatch him and his wife from his own country, put him on a chopper, and fly him to an undisclosed location. No one knows where he is. We don't know if he's alive. We don't know what this means for Venezuela's future. Is this an act of war? Is this a major breach of international law? Does the US even care about that? It's like, just for other world leaders seeing this, to know that the US military has the ability to carry out something like that is going to send shockwaves to all of them watching.
Arby's employment logic has been exposed. Long-term service does not mean higher pay.
One woman says she gave 22 years of her life to Arby's, yet earns only $13 an hour. The grandmother says she was hired at $10.25 an hour. After 22 years, her pay has increased by just $2.75 in total. Averaged out, that's a raise of 13 cents per year. What makes it more ironic is that this isn't about a lack of effort. When an interviewer told her, "You deserve higher pay," she replied with a single word, "No." That no wasn't humility, and it wasn't resignation. It was the result of being held down for so long that she no longer felt able to say, "I deserve better." According to reported compensation data, the median annual pay for Arby's executives is about $235,000. On one side are workers dealing with grease, late nights, and holidays, who after 22 years earn just $2.75 more per hour. On the other side are management salaries that easily reach six figures. If a company can rely on employees for decades without taking responsibility for their livelihood, would you still be willing to stay?
A black woman went on a first date with a man and ordered 3 to-go meals for her 3 children. She didn't pay for them herself. She directly told the man to cover the bill. According to the man afterward, they met on a dating app, and this was their first time meeting in person. He thought it would just be a normal date. But not long after they sat down, the woman started ordering food, not for herself. She ordered 3 separate takeout meals, each for one of her children. What surprised him even more was that after placing the order, she turned to the server and said, "He'll pay." He didn't lose his temper on the spot. Instead, he went along with it and said, "Why don't you order a bit more? That way you won't have to cook tomorrow." The woman was pleased. She kept adding items, ordering more expensive dishes with larger portions each time. While they were waiting for the food, the man stood up and said he was going to the restroom. He left the table. He left the restaurant, got in his car, and drove away. After the video went viral, some people said the man walking out was classless. Others argued that asking a stranger on a first date to pay for meals for 3 children crossed a line. If you were him, would you have stayed and paid the bill? A mother found her daughter 4 months after she went missing, only to discover that she was living in a car with her boyfriend and that their granddaughter was standing in the biting cold without a jacket, shivering violently. The mother broke down on the spot, her voice trembling. She repeatedly questioned the boyfriend, demanding to know why he had brought her daughter and granddaughter to live like this. The father was emotionally charged. He kept scanning the surroundings, suspecting they might have been followed the entire time. He even blurted out whether a tracking device had been planted on the car. The daughter stood beside the vehicle, her expression tense. She kept repeating one sentence, "I'm an adult." She said she had not been kidnapped. Suddenly, the mother noticed the granddaughter again, standing in the freezing wind without a coat, shaking from the cold. That single detail instantly ignited the scene. The mother pointed inside the car and shouted, demanding that they end this way of living immediately. The daughter refused. She stood by her boyfriend, her stance unusually firm, repeating again and again, "I'm an adult." After the video was posted online, it spread rapidly. If it were you, which side would you choose?
Was just trying to steal something and you electrocuted him to death. You need to take responsibility for that.
An 18-year-old thief was electrocuted to death while trying to steal copper wiring, and now his family is suing the charging station company for $3 million. Darius Johnson broke into an EV charging station late at night, hoping to cut out copper cables to sell. But the moment he sliced into the cable with a metal saw, a massive surge of electricity hit him. There was a flash of light and he collapsed instantly. The next morning, a maintenance worker found his body and called police. The autopsy confirmed he died from cardiac arrest caused by a high-voltage electric shock. A few days later, his family filed a lawsuit against the charging station operator, claiming the safety measures were inadequate and demanding $3 million in damages. The company's lawyer pushed back, saying this was outright theft. The equipment meets national safety standards, has warning labels, and is protected by a casing. No system on Earth can protect someone who intentionally breaks it open. After the hearing, the judge dismissed the lawsuit. The court ruled the company wasn't liable, and instead ordered Darius's family to pay $30,000 for the damage he caused. Do you think the ruling was fair? Share your thoughts in the comments.
These girls knew that that big girl was not getting in. They knew that the bigger friend was not getting into the club. They knew that before they went to the club. They knew that. How do I know they knew that? I could tell for 2 reasons. One's the type of bitches that they are. Okay? The fact that she hit the promoter up, the fact that this probably wasn't her first time to Miami. Y'all know how the clubs work in Miami. I've never been to Miami and I know how the clubs work. And y'all know that they discriminate out there. They do. Y'all know that. You knew that enough. You knew that your friend was either not going to be able to get into the club or that she would be charged. You knew that shit, bitch. You did. So what they did was they went down there And they had a conversation about it beforehand, without the bigger friend. They did. And so they were just going to play it off at the door to see what would happen. But the fact that y'all spent 2 hours trying to figure out what y'all were going to do, red flag already as it is. You knew you wanted to go to that club, so y'all waited until the very last minute to be like, hey.
A man forcibly dragged a woman behind the monument, and after a while, she staggered away. This terrible scene happened to be witnessed by a person who was watching the Key West webcam. He lived 1,600 miles away in Boston and immediately called the Key West police.
I'm actually calling from Boston, but bear with me, this is going to sound crazy, but I'm at work, and I had the southernmost web point cam?
Yeah.
I could almost swear that I saw somebody get raped.
The police report stated that the caller who made the long-distance call to 911 happened to be watching a webcam at the time of the incident.
It looked like she was fighting. She fell flat on her face.
We were able to log into the cam and provide that video to the police department and the state's attorney's office.
The police arrested the attacker, Carrie Calvin Gassog, 37 years old, who was an Uber driver. Justice in Key West has been upheld thanks to a sharp-eyed citizen who was watching from afar in Boston. The suspect pleaded guilty to sexual assault charges and was sentenced to 10 years in prison just yesterday.
Would you mind if we sent you an Uber home so that you can watch the ball drop there so we can go in the club, because now it's about to be midnight and we don't want to miss it? You did it on purpose. You waited on purpose. This was a calculated move, okay? So then from there, at the end of her story, she tells us how the friend said she'll go back to the hotel room or go back to the house, but we will no longer be friends. They were never friends to begin with. They were never that girl's friend. And did that bigger friend know? Probably, because you guys know how it is with friendships and aesthetics and being bigger or having a certain look. You know how that is. And when it comes to Miami, you know how that is. So I say all of that to say, at the end of the video, the clip turns from her talking and telling us the story to her being in the club at the end of the day. Because she never gave a fuck. Her or the friends never gave a fuck. And these are the reasons why people have hard times being friends with people, especially when it comes to women, because everything is about how things look. Everything's about competition. Nothing's about truthfully being friends. My friends that I've ever had in my life, I've never fit into an aesthetic group, an aesthetic type group. I mean, internally and externally, I've never fit in with people, right? But I gravitate all types of people. So I've had all different kinds of friends. And I never sat there and tried to look for a specific type of friends aesthetically to be friends with. I've never done that ever in my life. So when I see this shit, it's so annoying. And this is why I keep a distance with women. Because everything is about a competition. Everything is about how it looks. Everything is about men. You know what I'm saying? It's never about the real shit that matters when it comes to a real friendship. So this has nothing to do with Miami itself. We know, even me not ever going there, I know how the vibes are in Miami. It's not about Miami. It's about the fact that when bitches get out of their element and they get into another element, especially if it's one that they want to be aesthetically a part of so fucking bad, they get to act in them true selves. They do. This is why when bitches go to Miami, insecurities come out. When bitches go to Miami, fights happen. People being funny. It's because bitches get taken out of their natural element, their natural habitat, and get put into a place where now they feeling bigger than what they really are. And then once they start showing that they feel bigger than what they really are, okay, people around them, stuff starts happening. Stuff start going left real quick. You know what I'm saying? So, I say all that to say, there are certain type of bitches who do stuff like this. And as long as you don't act like them or look like them, you don't have to deal with it. It's that simple. But furthermore, they were wrong. I don't know if this bigger friend really thought these girls were her friend for real, because there are people who know, like, this is not your friend, but you still will try to hang around them. So I don't know, I can't say, but it's still wrong at the end of the day. Y'all could have picked something else to do. If you really wanted a solution for everybody, y'all could have picked and found something else to do. In 2 hours, Really? Y'all had more than enough time. But like I said in the beginning, they knew she wasn't going to be able to get in that club.
Rashee Rice may never return to the field. The star wide receiver for the Kansas City Chiefs is facing a major crisis that could destroy his career due to accusations from his ex-girlfriend. Dakota Nicole posted an emotional message on Instagram claiming she endured 8 years of domestic abuse by Rice, including physical violence during her pregnancy. She shared 14 photos as evidence of the abuse, detailing how Rice controlled her, smashed her door, and locked her out in the cold after she was caught cheating. But that's not all. According to Nicole, Rice repeatedly ignored their children and refused to fulfill his role as a father. Despite an agreement to co-parent, Nicole said Rice left her and the kids in Kansas, forcing her to beg for money to move to Texas. Furthermore, the response from social media and the sports community has been swift. Fans and netizens are voicing their shock and disbelief, unable to accept such violent behavior. Can he really return to the field? Or will he face the end of his career because of these allegations?
A teenager is now facing serious assault charges. 36-year-old Ellie was attacked by 2 teenagers while parking in her garage, and she shot and killed one of them. Now she has been sued by the parents of another teenager and is seeking compensation of $1 million. On December 17th, Ellie had just finished work and returned home to prepare for parking. According to surveillance footage, 17-year-old Justin Bell and 16-year-old Quince Mercer suddenly broke into the garage and attempted to steal the car keys, but were resisted by Ellie. They then launched an attack on Ellie, repeatedly punching and kicking her in the face. During this period, Bell jumped onto a nearby car and started the engine in an attempt to grab the car and escape. Mercer continued to press Ellie to the ground and beat her continuously. Ellie, worried about her life, took out a gun from the car and counterattacked. Mercer was hit and fell to the ground, and Bell was also hit and lost consciousness. When the emergency personnel arrived, Mercer was declared dead, and Bell was seriously injured and sent to the hospital for treatment. Ellie's face was injured, but not her vital parts. The Bell family immediately charged Ellie with murder, claiming that she could have let them drive away instead of killing them, and demanded a compensation of $1 million. The case is currently undergoing legal review and has also sparked intense public debate. Do you think Ellie acted in self-defense or acted in self-defense?
He killed his wife. He killed her. He did it. If he ain't do it, he definitely played a part in it. A woman by the name of Linda Brown from Chicago recently went missing January 3rd, and nobody's heard from her or seen her since, right? And so her husband, which is the man who I was referring to, and we'll just say allegedly, even though I think the whole internet knows from this clip that I'm going to show you that he had something to do with it. Supposedly, on a Friday night, he was watching a movie with his wife, right? And they went to bed. He said with his own words, "We were fine," even though nobody asked for that. And then proceeded to say when he woke up the next morning at exactly 8:35, at 8:30, not somewhere around 8:35. He woke up and she wasn't there. And she's supposed to have an acupuncture appointment, right, on this Saturday morning. And she went missing. No trace, right? I guess one of her family members, or either her family member or somebody from work. It was somebody from work. It might have been both. But regardless, somebody reached out to him to see if he had heard from her, because she did not show up for work, and it was odd. It was odd for her, right? And he goes and he says, "Well, I was going to call you guys. I was just about to call you guys and ask if you heard from her." Okay. But what our good sir, our good husband doesn't know is that we all watch true crime. We all know what it sounds like when somebody's trying to hide something. And let me just say that in this video that I'm going to show you guys at the end of when I'm finished talking, let me just tell you guys, he explained how, first of all, he's talking in past tense when he's talking about his wife. So he knows, right? Because he did it, allegedly. He did it. So that being said, he also throws in there that she had her phone, her purse, and her credit cards. Nobody asked you for all the information, but not only that, how do you know? He also apparently knew what she was wearing that day, but I thought you saw her last night after the movie that y'all watched on Friday. So how did you know what she was wearing? So you knew what she was wearing, you knew what she had. And then proceeds to say that, oh, her phone is still on. So if anybody sees her, make sure you reach out to her, you say something to her. This nigga went to TikTok University, true crime TikTok University, YouTube University. Like, it's giving Chris Watts. Like, come on. And not one tear came from this man's eyes. Okay? Y'all not buying that shit. Come on. I just feel like maybe it's just me because I've been in this true crime game for a minute since I was a little one, okay? He did it. He did it. Not one tear is coming down. Nothing sounds genuine. It sounds like he's trying to hurry up and get information out so that it can look like to the public he's helpful and he's cooperating. You know how that is. It's like he's trying to stage it to make it seem like he's this concerned, caring husband. In reality, come on. So let's give it a couple weeks, right? Let's give it a little bit for all of the details to come out. Because, you know, all of this talk, it's just alleged. But realistically speaking, the police probably already solved the case. Let's be real. And what's so annoying about shit like this and what's so sick about it is that they will sit there and kill somebody and then be next to the family trying to make it seem like they're helping to look for the person that's missing. That is sick as fuck. And I just wish these men who are not happy would just fucking leave. And if it's the woman that wants to leave, let her fucking leave. And the fact that the whole mental health thing was thrown in there, we don't need that information. So I just feel like that's irrelevant, to be honest with you. Don't try to make it seem like she was just crazy and she just went off somewhere and did some shit, especially if this is not like her. And in an interview, her family member came out and said that Linda, is always with her husband. She would never leave his side. And that tells me a story. It tells me that he's probably very narcissistic, very controlling, very manipulative, very codependent, and he probably doesn't want her being an independent woman. He probably doesn't want her being able to do the things that she wants to do. He probably doesn't want her being free. And for some reason, I'm getting this eerie thought of him probably wanting to go do him, cheat, have a mistress. Maybe he did, right? Maybe he does. And the wife found out and wanted out on the marriage. And he didn't want her to do that. Because remember, when people get divorced, a lot of times somebody ends up losing something, right? Whether that's assets, the money, you know, just different things. And it's very possible that he didn't want to give none of that up, right? Now, mind you, this is just alleged. This is just my thoughts. But 9 times out of 10, when it comes to hearing stories like this, the husband is always trying to kill off the wife and even the kids, if there's kids, because of that. Instead of just moving on, instead of just letting her go, you can't stand to see her just do that. Okay? You want to have your cake and eat it too and then kill somebody on the side. That is insanity. So like I said, I will not be surprised if this is the situation. I call bullshit on a lot of things when it comes to this stuff. And she must have found something out. Something happened. But we're going to see.
A contractor was refused payment by a homeowner for work performed without a license and then proceeded to tear down the completed work on the spot. The incident took place at a private residence. According to the contractor, the project had already been fully completed. However, during the payment stage, the homeowner suddenly refused to pay. The contractor said that not only was he not paid for labor, the cost of materials was never reimbursed either. After multiple attempts to resolve the issue failed, the contractor immediately began dismantling the work he had just finished. Video from the scene shows walls and installed fixtures being restored to their original state. But the situation did not end there. The homeowner then moved the contractor's power tools into the house. The contractor demanded the tools be returned, but the request was refused. The contractor is now facing a decision: call the police or attempt to retrieve his property himself. Either option could further escalate the situation. Some online users support the homeowner, arguing that unlicensed work should not be paid for in the first place. Others defend the contractor, saying that refusing to pay for materials and keeping his tools crosses a line. The debate is still ongoing. What do you think? A black woman asked her date to meet at a nail salon on their first date and expected him to cover a $1,500 bill. It was their first time meeting after connecting through a dating app. According to the man, he only realized after arriving that the location was a nail salon. The woman was already seated inside. Services were already in progress. Everything appeared to be part of a prearranged process. Soon after, the woman made her request. She told him that if he paid the $1,500 beauty bill, she would take him back to her place afterward. The man immediately felt uncomfortable, but he did not refuse right away. Instead, he pretended to agree to pay. He even encouraged her to add more services.
The bill kept increasing. More services were added. The total eventually rose to $2,000. When the services were nearly finished, the man found an excuse to leave. The $2,000 bill was not paid by him. The woman became upset after realizing he had disappeared, but the bill had already been issued. She was left to pay the full amount herself. If it were you, what would you do?
A man forcibly dragged a woman behind the monument, and after a while she staggered away. This terrible scene happened to be witnessed by a person who was watching the Key West webcam. He lived 1,600 miles away in Boston and immediately called the Key West police.
I'm actually calling from Boston, but bear with me, this is going to sound crazy, but I'm at work, and I had the, the southernmost web point cam?
Yeah.
I could almost swear that I saw somebody get raped.
The police report stated that the caller who made the long-distance call to 911 happened to be watching a webcam at the time of the incident.
It looked like she was fighting. She fell flat on her face.
We were able to log into the cam and provide that video to the police department and the state's attorney's office.
The police arrested the attacker, Carrie Calvin Gassog, 37 years old, who was an Uber driver. Justice in Key West has been upheld thanks to a sharp-eyed citizen who was watching from afar in Boston. The suspect pleaded guilty to sexual assault charges and was sentenced to 10 years in prison just yesterday.
A security guard rescued a woman who had crossed the railway tracks and was subsequently charged with sexual harassment, sparking nationwide discussions over improper contact. Los Angeles police revealed that 30-year-old security guard Alex Rojas accidentally stepped onto a tram track while Ava Martin was looking down at her phone. At this moment, a tram is approaching at high speed, with only a few seconds left before the collision. Alex reacted quickly and grabbed Martin before the tram passed by, pulling her off the track. Subsequent surveillance footage confirmed that his actions successfully prevented a serious accident. However, Ava later filed a complaint, claiming that Alex's behavior was inappropriate and violated her personal boundaries. Her legal team argued that even in emergency situations, no one has the right to touch others without their consent. This case has sparked a nationwide debate. Millions of netizens have expressed that Alex's quick response deserves praise rather than punishment. Others insist that regardless of their intentions, personal physical boundaries should be respected. Legal experts point out that the verdict in this case may depend on behavioral intent and public morality, with the core issue being how to define the boundary between consent and heroic behavior. Alex always insisted that his only intention at the time was to save people.
Are you fucking kidding me? I'm Native American. Get the fuck off my yard until she comes that way.
A DoorDash driver ran into a woman's home to escape ICE, and the homeowner refused to let agents inside without a warrant. That homeowner is TikToker StormyBaby27, and the moment exploded online. Stormy was live when the driver rushed in asking for help, with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents outside. With a baby in the house, she repeatedly told them they were not coming in without a judge-signed warrant, period. On camera, Stormy stood her ground, identified herself as Native American, and demanded the agents leave her property unless they had legal authority. The clip went viral instantly. Viewers praised her calm, clarity, and refusal to be intimidated in a high-pressure moment. The symbolism didn't go unnoticed. Out of all the homes the driver could have fled to, she ended up at the house of someone who openly talks about Indigenous history and who chose to act. Stormy's following jumped from about 11,000 to nearly 30,000 overnight. The driver's current whereabouts haven't been confirmed, but many hope she's safe and has legal support. What is clear is the takeaway Stormy repeated in real time. Law enforcement needs a warrant to enter a private home. It's a viral reminder of knowing your rights and using them when seconds matter.
I'm proud of us. We've really come a long ways as a society because now we can tell when a husband pleads for help for their missing wife that he did it. He did it. He did it. So ain't no way I go missing. And this is the only photo the person who's supposed to love me the most has of me. You don't got one photo in that camera roll, sir, that's not grainy as shit, where we can actually see her facial features. Thank goodness, I think a friend had a better picture that they're starting to release now, but this is what he immediately released for the public. He did it. He did it. We're on your ass, bro. We're on your ass. And of course, there's our favorite telltale sign where he comes out there and gives the performance of a lifetime, crying with no tears, covering his face, very childlike. It's so obvious. Anyways, if you're in the Chicago area and you saw anything weird, of course, report to the authorities. Don't be that person that comes up 10 years later in a documentary saying, like, I just never thought to report it, but it was pretty weird. Like, you know, let's make some phone calls. Let's find this woman.
We have another update on Linda Brown, the missing Chicago CPS teacher that's been missing since Saturday. The Chicago police recently found her blue Honda Civic. They haven't disclosed the location of where they found the vehicle because it's still an ongoing investigation, and they're hoping that this can help lead to finding Linda that's been missing since Saturday. For those that don't know the story, her husband, Antoine Brown, called the police on Saturday to report Linda Brown missing, and they still have not been able to find her as of yet. So finding the car is a huge break in the story. Again, it can help lead them to potentially either finding her, hopefully, or unfortunately, as we know, these stories never tend to end well, at least finding out what happened to Linda. When this story first broke, her husband Antoine did a lot of interviews the first 3 days. In the last couple of days, he's been very quiet. I think he's starting to catch on that people are now looking at him as a possible suspect in this story. So again, the car has been found. Hopefully it can lead to figuring out what happened to Linda.
So let me tell y'all about Miss Linda Brown. Miss Linda Brown is from Chicago, and Miss Linda Brown is a missing person right now, okay? Her husband is on the news saying how much he missed his wife and he wished that she returned home safe. Sir, stop pulling our leg. You are the reason Miss Linda Brown is not at home and probably unalive. You are the reason. We always see these husbands get on the news acting like they so hurt behind their wives missing. And they are the reason why their wives are missing. Not trying like he's trying to squeeze a little tear out. You not hurt. You the one did that. But believe me, guys, even though we do our job here on TikTok, because one thing, baby, we the police over here. We will solve a case before the police, okay? He is the number one suspect. They gonna go and lock his ass up. Probably, give it to about a more. They putting everything together right now. You know what I'm saying? Because they think they be smooth with it. If you don't want to be married no more, just leave. Or did he do it for the insurance money?
The pastor who shamed a woman for giving $1,200 before the sermon even began.
Plus $235 and receiving the blessings to come to all that participated.
Now that's only $1,200.
Yes.
Y'all not listening to what I'm saying. If you have 1,000 plus 1,000.
Well, I'm going to work on the other 800.
Well, that ain't what I asked you to do.
Insiders said the pastor had been scrambling to cover a personal debt, asking for a few $1,000s from anyone who would listen. Hours later, he stood on stage preaching about sacrifice. A woman walked forward with everything she had, $1,200. She believed she was giving from faith. He saw it as a missed opportunity to collect. In front of the entire congregation, annoyed, he told her it wasn't enough. Her child stood beside her while he turned worship into humiliation. That moment, filmed by someone in the front row, spread faster than any sermon he ever preached. Millions watched him wearing gold, shouting about generosity while demanding more. He said faith means giving until it hurts, but the only one who didn't feel pain was him. Former church members came forward after the clip went viral. They said this wasn't the first time. Every service ended the same way: pressure, guilt, and envelopes.
Update regarding missing teacher Linda Brown out of Chicago. As we know, surveillance video shows Linda getting out of her car. I now have more information on that. The surveillance footage is from 3 a.m. on January 3rd. It shows Linda parking her blue Honda Civic near 35th Street and Lake Park, which is where this ex is. She is then seen exiting the vehicle alone and walking towards a pedestrian bridge that leads to the lakefront. I'm going to show you what that looks like. This is the area where her car was located. And then she's seen walking towards this pedestrian bridge that goes towards the lakefront. It says that her car was located in that same area on Wednesday, January 7th. The video evidence confirmed she did not return to her vehicle after walking away. It does say that police have not provided an update on their search efforts. So are they searching this area? Are they going to do ground searches in this area? Obviously, you know that I'm going to keep you guys posted on any other updates.
Y'all remember those choose your own adventure books? I know you do. You're old enough like me. That's exactly what this husband is doing, okay? His story has now changed. Now, at first, he says he woke up on a Saturday around 8:30, 8 o'clock. He goes out, boom, his wife is missing. But here's the clincher. He knows what she's wearing. Okay, sometimes I walk past my man and go to the store and he probably don't know what I'm wearing. Anyways, now the story is that last time he saw her was Friday night and that's when she left. We don't know what's going on, but what we do know is that the car showed up. Now they ain't giving us zero details. We don't know where the car was found. We don't know if her purse was there. We don't know if this woman was at her boyfriend's house, because that's kind of what I hope. All we know is they found the car. Why are they keeping it close to their chest? I believe it's because the hubby won't shut up and they want him to keep talking. Because one thing, a narcissist, controlling husband, now we know he's controlling because the family says he always knows her location. One thing about a narcissist is what they're going to do is they're going to talk.
All right, y'all. So we have an update on the missing teacher out of Chicago, Miss Linda Brown. This update did not come from officers of the goddamn law. It came from the husband. And officers of the goddamn law are very hush-hush. Y'all go ahead and grab your tea and have a seat. Let's get into it. So as previously reported, 53-year-old Linda Brown has been missing since Saturday, January 3rd. According to her husband, Antoine Brown, she was supposed to go to a regularly scheduled acupuncture appointment, and she did not show up. Now, her family told the local news station that they had been trying to reach her since 1:30 p.m. on that day. However, they haven't been able to get a hold of her. According to her husband, Antoine, on Friday night, they watched a movie and cuddled and went to bed. He said he woke up at about 8:35 on Saturday morning and she was not there. Now, he thought she went to her acupuncture appointment, but when she didn't return, that's when he got worried. So her husband, Antoine, told the local news station today that the car belonging to Miss Linda has been recovered. However, she is still missing. Now, officers of the goddamn law have not released much information on the case so far, and they have not released this information that the vehicle has been recovered. Antoine said that they are searching the area for Linda. That's very interesting that the police have not updated the public on the car being recovered, but according to him, the car has been recovered. So her family told the local news station that they spent Monday retracing her last steps, calling local hospitals, but they have come up with nothing. They do believe that she could be having some type of medical emergency. She was a special education teacher at Robert Hilly Elementary School, and she was set to return back to work on Monday. Because of her being missing, the school issued a statement saying that they have offered mental health services for any students and staff that need it. All right, y'all. So Miss Linda's vehicle has been recovered. She was last seen in the Bronzeville area, but we don't know what area the vehicle was in, so people can search, but I guess we'll have to wait on officers of the goddamn law because the husband won't release that information. Y'all put your thoughts in the comments. Let me know what you're thinking. It's your girl, Double D Mova, reporting once again for the Black Accurate News.
An employee of the Kramer Bowl Company was fired for resting his feet on a cookie tray. The incident took place at a Crumble Cookies location in West Melbourne, Florida. In the footage, an on-duty employee is seen taking off their shoes and placing their feet directly on trays used to hold cookies, scrolling on their phone while using the trays as a footrest. The video spread rapidly the same day, surpassing tens of millions of views. After it went viral, public reaction quickly spiraled out of control. The comment section was flooded with reactions like, "Disgusting," "I'll never eat there again," and "Avoid this place immediately." Many consumers demanded that the exact store location be made public. Under mounting pressure, Crumble Cookies officially responded, calling the behavior unacceptable and confirming that an internal investigation had been launched. As the backlash continued to grow, the employee involved was officially terminated. From the video being exposed to the company's response to the employee's dismissal, the entire sequence unfolded in less than 2 days. One employee has been dealt with, but what's now being questioned is the entire food safety process.
A man is being taken to court after helping police trip a robbery suspect, while the suspect's family is now demanding $3.2 million in compensation from both the police department and Caught off guard, Caleb fell hard and hit his head on the ground. The officer quickly restrained him, but while being transported to the police station, Caleb suddenly began convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Believing he was faking it, the officer warned him not to try anything. On the way to the station, Caleb stopped breathing, and paramedics later pronounced him dead. An autopsy revealed that Caleb suffered a brain hemorrhage from the fall, with early symptoms that weren't obvious. By taking him to the station instead of the hospital, the last chance to save him was missed. Police failure to recognize the medical emergency was considered a key factor in his death. Caleb's family then sued both the police department and Stephen, seeking $3.2 million in damages. The court ruled that police were 70% responsible, while Stephen, who acted in good faith, was held 30% responsible. In the end, Stephen was ordered to pay $920,000 for his attempt to help. Do you think this ruling was fair? Share your thoughts.
Here's a recent picture of Krishan Rock and her son Junior at church. Krishan looks beautiful, doesn't she? Look at her outfit. She looks stunning. She had on some really nice shoes as well. But look at Junior. His clothes are 3 sizes too small. Those are pants. And because he's so thin, he can still fit what looks like 12-month pants or whatever size they are, 2T, around his little waist. But look how short they are. And you guys constantly defend this behavior. Not only do you defend it, you keep sending her things for that boy that go unused because she just takes off and leaves stuff places. Didn't she just tell you all she was going to do an unboxing of the stuff you just sent her to LA? Or did you send it to Baltimore? Who can keep up? But this boy clearly does not have things. He does not have stuff, but Krishan does. And you know, you guys in the comment section, you know who you sound like? You sound like, and maybe you are, those parents that drop their kids off at school looking a hot mess with their nails done. They look like $1 million, fresh weave, fresh this, fresh that. The kids got shoes 2 sizes too small, and you got to be called to pick them up. Then when you get called to pick them up, you got an attitude because you missed your weave appointment. Y'all need to spend more time worrying about this boy than worrying about Krishan. Krishan does not have any deficits in the area of getting her needs met. She's great at that. Some women do need prompting with that. Like, hey girl, time to take care of yourself. No, we're not seeing that with Krishan. What she needs prompting with is taking care of her son. Do you remember when Krishan Rock ate a decorative rose and then started coughing and saying her asthma was acting up? She was live streaming it. When she started coughing, nothing like what we're hearing with Junior. Just a little cough. She calls 911 so that she can immediately receive treatment. She didn't even get her butt up to go down to 911. She made them come up to where she was live streaming, give her a breathing treatment, and then went on about her business with live streaming. Let's look at that and compare it to the way that she deals with Junior's medical needs. This boy is so congested, coughing up a lung. Let's hope he gets through this, right? Okay. She doesn't even take him to the doctor. Yet, when it comes to herself, she has this sense of urgency that she needs immediate medical treatment for something that really wasn't even seem like it needed immediate medical treatment. But all you guys were like, well, if you couldn't breathe, wouldn't you call 911? You know what I would do? If my 2-year-old couldn't breathe, I would definitely call 911. I would definitely call 911. So, you guys, I don't think Krishan has the ability to feel for others. I don't think she has the empathy and the sense of urgency needed to parent Junior. And another thing you guys are saying, she's a new mom. What new moms usually do is we go overboard with getting medical care and medical treatment. We freak out. If our kid was coughing like that, we'd be in tears, calling our moms, calling the doctor, calling urgent care, asking what we should do. And yet we see Krishan on here just casually eating, talking about her boyfriend, while her son is in the back seat, sounding like he's gasping for air. That's not normal. Something's wrong. Junior's in danger.
Warning, I'm about to play the video, but Krishan is back facing backlash because people hear her son in the background fighting to get air. Sounds like he got water in his lungs. And she is playing it off as a fake cough.
Fake cough on and off, like it go away and come back. Like right now he's just...
She then goes on to say that it probably disappeared in about 48 hours. I'm gonna be honest, I am terrified for that kid, bro. I am genuinely scared for that kid and his safety because Krishan just, it's like y'all be enabling her. All she gotta do is get on this internet, cry, talk about Jesus, and you guys ignore the fact that this child genuinely needs proper care. Genuinely needs to see a doctor. Her past relationships and even her family members that have watched them have stated that she is purposely fighting against letting them take him to the doctor. It scares me how many of y'all have trauma bonded to Krishan so much that you guys do not see what's going on in front of your eyes.
Bitch, and kept calling her a bitch, and you didn't say nothing about it.
A father tried to discipline his daughter with insults, but a black mother shut him down on the spot. In the end, the one who looked like a child was him. The incident happened on a public street in Mexico. A Latino father lost control. He repeatedly yelled at his 9-year-old daughter. Profanity was thrown at the child over and over. The trigger was simple. The girl didn't follow his instruction. Maybe she walked too slowly. Maybe she talked back. The father snapped instantly. Several adults were nearby. They heard the words. They saw what was happening. No one stepped in. Until a black woman walked up. She was a mother. She cut him off immediately. She confronted him in public, asking why he thought it was acceptable to speak to his child that way. After several tense exchanges, the father's behavior shifted. His voice dropped. His anger collapsed. Eventually, he apologized in front of everyone, repeating that he would never do it again. The entire encounter was recorded. The video spread quickly online. Many people now say the one who needed to be taught a lesson that day was not the 9-year-old girl, but the father who lost control.
I'm gonna need all you guys. Put your fucking phone down, motherfucker.
A man has been charged after verbally abusing passengers inside an aircraft cabin and throwing food out of the window. The cause of the conflict, however, was reportedly the strong odor from a passenger's feet in the row behind him. The incident occurred inside the cabin of a flight, according to passengers on board. The man repeatedly complained about a bad smell coming from behind him. He asked the passenger to put their shoes back on, but received no response. The situation quickly escalated. Video footage shows the man shouting profanities inside the cabin and verbally attacking nearby passengers. Flight crew members attempted to intervene and de-escalate the situation, but were unable to calm him down. Shortly afterward, the man completely lost control and threw the food he was holding out of the window. This action triggered further chaos inside the cabin. The airline then decided to remove him from the flight. After the video surfaced online, it spread rapidly. Some people believe that regardless of the cause, losing control inside an aircraft cabin is unacceptable. Others argue that if the odor complaint was legitimate, the flight crew should have addressed it earlier. What do you think?
Slater has just announced her upcoming album, Worst Girl in America, and if you are not paying attention to this generational artist, I need you to get on board right now. What she is doing with this project, I mean, it is a fully realized concept. I'm obsessed with it. 14 tracks, 3 of which are already out. Beat Up Chanel's Cannibalism and Crank, all bangers. Dance is going to be the 4th single off the project that I believe is coming out very shortly because she's been teasing it for a little bit. You can tell that even the smallest details are ones that her and her team have considered, like smudging each single cover more and more. This project so far is like raunchy, loud, a little rough around the edges, and like that is just like such a perfect vibe. Beat Up Chanel's was like one of my most listened to songs of 2025, so like I've been waiting for this for a minute. A lot of people have been predicting like which pop singers are going to be blowing up this year, and I've of course said Adele, but I also think Slater. I believe that this project has the potential to be one that people really start to discover her with. I can't wait to see her just blow up. But what are your thoughts on this?
Less than 24 hours after Kristi Noem announced that any undocumented immigrants attempting to attend the 2026 World Cup would be arrested, FIFA President Gianni Infantino swiftly took 3 actions that rendered her warning ineffective. First, Infantino immediately launched FIFA's Global Fan Asylum program. All fans holding tickets for the 2026 World Cup, regardless of their immigration status, will receive a 90-day temporary entry waiver, guaranteed by FIFA to the U.S. Department of State. In addition, FIFA's legal team will accompany each fan throughout the entire process. Second, Infantino publicly condemned her remarks. He stated that turning the World Cup into a political stage is an insult to international football. Ms. Noem, you are not protecting the United States. You are humiliating children and families who love football, chaining them and locking them up like criminals. Finally, he called for an urgent review of the host country obligations clause. Under the new rules, any country that detains or expels ticket-holding fans during the tournament will lose its host status and be required to pay a $15 billion fine to FIFA and the co-hosting nations.
The video begins with 2 women and a child seated at a pizza parlor. Seconds later, the suspect is seen storming into the restaurant and grabbing the child. The owner, who acted swiftly, anonymously detailed the encounter.
We were sitting outside and there were other customers here. There was a lady with her 2 kids, and I noticed that there was a guy running in the shop from outside. He ran into the shopping center, and when I saw him coming towards us is when my guard went up. So as soon as I saw him come towards the restaurant and jump over is when I stood up and intervened. At the time, my only thought was I need to save this child, and the only way to do that was to restrain him in such a way that he would let go of the child. The child was traumatized. She was actually hysterical and she couldn't control herself, and she was about 6 years old probably. But yeah, she was really hysterical, and they were here for quite some time before they actually calmed down and they could leave.
The 24-year-old suspect is currently in police custody.
Sean's son's medical records leaking and everybody seeing and hearing about what's on them does not cancel her. I don't know what else at this point will. Like, somebody needs to get that little boy out of her care and get him out of her care quick. I tried to give Krishan the benefit of the doubt because, you know, you're not always the best parent. Not everybody is the best parent, but they might be the best parent for that child. No, she's not the best parent at all. Like, seeing what's on these medical records is making me sick. Like, mind y'all, he didn't ask to be here and she did not have to have him. And also, if y'all not gonna know about HIPAA, don't talk about HIPAA. HIPAA pertains to the people that signed the HIPAA paper, the HIPAA forms, you know, agreeing not to violate that, which therefore goes for the medical records, the hospital workers, the doctors, you know, things like that, not friends and family. They didn't sign or agree to no HIPAA lawsuit maybe, but nobody's violating HIPAA talking about this. Mind y'all, there's a whole list of things, but I'm just going to point out the major ones. The first one being, like we all assumed, he does suffer from fetal alcohol syndrome. He does suffer from neonatal abstinence syndrome, which basically is drug withdrawal. And from the records, they're saying that it was cocaine. He does also suffer from spasticity, which would explain why he's almost 2 and cannot walk or barely move. If y'all notice, Krishan always has him either in a stroller or carrying him. It's basically a neurological condition that causes abnormal muscle stiffness or tightness and makes moving pretty hard. But mind y'all, he's a baby. Yeah, times 10. He also suffers from seizure disorder. Another big one was CVI, which is cortical visual impairment. And that is basically when a portion of the brain has been damaged, therefore leading to, like, it's basically going to affect how he interprets visual stimulus, like problems with processing, problems with, you know, paying attention, problems with recognition. And based off how we've seen Junior, these all are making sense. The big kicker here is that with all of the things listed, he's supposed to be in palliative care. For y'all that don't know, that is basically care that is supposed to, like, help prolong his life and make it a more stable, durable life. Without that, things are not going to go well. So when people are telling Krishan that she needs to get her son the help that he needs, there's literally help that he needs. As a mom, just as a human, but as a mom, it's sad, it's sickening. The internet was able to tell you that you needed to get your son help before you could admit that he needed help. Like, I don't see how people are not seeing the deeper problem when it comes to this. I don't see what...
Krishan needs to go back to the hospital.
Bless you. I'm about to go to church anyway. Everybody they keep talking about the baby, he is fine. I already took him. Already Got medicine. I'll take him back tomorrow.
She recently clapped back at social users who were worried after they heard Junior wheezing and coughing in a live.
The flu shot, like, you know how you get vaccines. It goes away in like 48 hours. Having this little fake cough on and off, like it go away.
Now she claims that she had already taken him to the hospital. They claims that it was a little cold and gave him some medication, but everything was completely normal.
It's funny how y'all over there trying to diagnose my child. He is okay. Pray for his little cold to go away. What y'all want to see the medicine he take? No, none of your business.
In that same line, she claims that he got a shot for some vaccines, and the doctor claimed that that was an adverse side effect of the vaccine, but I ain't never seen no side effects to no vaccine like that. I'm just saying. You can hear him heavily wheezing and coughing. You can also hear that he is clearly congested, and I will say one thing, I'm not a doctor, but he sounds strikingly similar. Got sick, he had RSV from daycare. He sounded just like how Junior sounds now. I'm just saying she might need to go get a second opinion. She also claims that the doctor gave him medication, but she refused to show it on live because people were just being overly nosy and overly aggressive. Now, following her revealing that the baby was sick, I've seen a lot of people coming at her for taking the baby to church. Social media just questioned why she didn't have her baby in the house recovering from being sick instead of having him out here in the world doing who knows what. I'm curious to know what you guys think regarding this. Tell that social media was really irritating Chrisean at that moment because she hopped off a live quick and fast. Drop them thoughts down below. If you just ultimately pray that Junior is okay, let me know what y'all think down in the comments. Peace.
An 11-year-old boy fired 12 shots at home intruders and injured him, but now the suspects say he owes them for medical expenses. This incident happened in a typical neighborhood. An 11-year-old boy named Chris was at home alone with his 4-year-old sister. Two strangers quietly approached their house. Chris saw through the front door security camera that these men had been lurking around their home multiple times before. Because his mother was not at home, Chris warned his younger sister to stay quiet and not open the door. Despite Chris clearly warning the suspects through the closed door that he was armed, the two men ignored him. Instead, they began trying to break down the front door. Perhaps believing only 2 children were inside, they felt confident enough to keep going. After repeatedly hitting the door, they eventually forced their way into the home. Feeling he had no other option, Chris opened fire. He fired 12 shots, one of which struck one of the intruders in the leg. The gunshots alerted neighbors, who immediately called 911. Emergency services arrived quickly, and the injured suspect was taken to the hospital for treatment. Chris's mother later stated she actually recognized one of the intruders. He had robbed their house before, but this time he wasn't so lucky. Shockingly, the injured suspect is now demanding Chris's family pay for his medical bills, and he's insisting the boy be held accountable. Chris now faces accusations of using excessive force, despite firmly maintaining he acted purely in self-defense. What do you think about this situation? If you were in Chris's position, what would you have done? Please share your thoughts in the comments below.
Let me just say this. Chrisean has no home training. I don't know why y'all keep inviting her to places and being in spaces where she does not know how to act. First, it was Streamers Prom. Her ass did not know how to read the room. Then it was Hollywood Unlocked events. Her ass got on that red carpet with a tight ass, leather ass short and long ass sleeve, to the point where they had to remove her and find an outfit for her to get put on. Then it was a collab with Play and Trey Songz, and her ass did not know how to act, okay? She acted a plum fool. Then y'all ass had the nerve to invite her to Miss Nikki Baby's birthday party, to where her ass digged inside Miss Nikki Baby's cake with her fingers and ate it. Then it was a party she was invited to, which she had to do kick with, and her son is in the other room while she's outside partying. But once again, her fans want to make excuses for her over and over again instead of holding her ass accountable.
Am I the only one that find it weird now that Chrisean's ex-boyfriend named Ronnie / so-called baby father, well, he thinks the baby belonged to him? Isn't it weird now that he's no longer alive? Chrisean brought it to her social media to post the DNA results when he can't speak for himself. All this time, she had all this time to give him what he wanted. Now she go to the internet and post the results. And me, honestly, I feel like the results is fake. because you can fake any documentation. She falsified DNA paperwork to make it seem like the baby belonged to Blueface. It's just all strange to me. She was creeping around with Ronnie, but still messing with Blueface. I just feel like if the baby didn't belong to Blueface, she was gonna force the baby on Blueface because Blueface is who he is. He's Blueface. I honestly feel like she should have gave him some type of closure. It wouldn't matter now because he's no longer here, but he deserved to know if that baby did belong to him or not. I just feel like Chrisean want to prove her spot in Blueface's life so bad. She's trying to hold a position so bad. She's willing to do whatever it takes to hold that position in his life. I don't know though, but RIP to Ronnie though.
Imagine you and your homegirls celebrating your birthday and Chrisean Rock come over and stick all 5 of her fingers in your cake and start eating it and say, stop tripping because the cake was only $500. It's only $500. Stop tripping. That's chump change. So if y'all don't know, Miss Nikki Baby basically had a birthday party and she had booked Sky, DJ Sky, to come host it, like do the music. Mind y'all, DJ Sky brought her rock roller with her, Chrisean, and while they were singing happy birthday to Nikki Baby, she comes up and stick all 5 of her fingers in the cake. Not only did she do that, she ran over to the chocolate fountain where you put marshmallows and strawberries inside of the chocolate fountain and stuck her whole head like this under the chocolate fountain and had everything touching her lips and mouth and spit the chocolate shit back out into the fountain. Like, where's the home training? And then all this dirty stuff, like this girl needs home training, for one. And I know we all grown, but about my birthday cake, I don't motherfucking play. Her fingers would have been bent backwards, okay? And that would have been my homegirl. She would have had to leave. Like, no, like, this girl needs guidance. Like, you're sticking your hands in my $500 birthday cake. Bitch, I'm finna beat your ass. Y'all, and then the sad part about it, Nikki Baby was so sad. Y'all, she was literally like crying. She was like, every birthday is always ruined. Y'all, Chrisean is nasty work.
Nicole was fired from the storyline of Bistro Hoodie, and fans are expressing feelings of betrayal. Recently, everyone has been talking about Nicole's removal, and what's most confusing is that her character wasn't replaced, but instead, she was simply made to disappear. Some viewers even commented, "Did she just go on maternity leave?" But the truth quickly came out. This was actually the same actor playing all the roles, and Nicole's absence directly impacted the entire pacing of the storyline. Her disappearance threw the whole production into chaos. Without her as the anchor, other characters lacked contrast, leaving behind nothing but boring arguments. It can be said that Nicole was the only one who could hold together the chaos. The audience has stopped discussing this rationally and is now applying collective pressure, with many saying, "If Nicole doesn't return, I'm done watching the show." Some even predict that once the audience realizes how much Nicole was actually holding the storyline together, Terry will ultimately be forced to bring her back. The production team knows that without Nicole, the show has lost its soul. Whether it's the storyline itself or the fans' strong demand, the call for Nicole's return is growing louder and louder.
Afkari has reportedly been fired after a viral bar confrontation in San Francisco. She previously worked at Strava. Video footage shows Shireen Afkari entering the restaurant with her partner. Staff determined that both appeared intoxicated, and the restaurant manager refused to continue serving them. Shireen then got into an argument with the manager and claimed she was harassed while being asked to leave. As they were preparing to exit the restaurant, Shireen suddenly reached out and pushed away the phone of a man who was filming her. Another video film from a different angle shows that she later attempted to attack an off-duty female server who was seated at the bar. Hazy's bartender Miguel Marchese later told the media that the couple was clearly intoxicated and behaving irrationally. He also stated that after being refused service, the couple entered behind the bar and into the kitchen area in an attempt to continue confronting restaurant management. Reports indicate that Shireen Afkari has since been fired, though the company involved has not issued a public statement at this time.
They said Chrisean finna be on the run because somebody was able to send pictures to the police department of Chrisean's junior genital parts, and they said he was bleeding from his diaper. She allegedly has not been taking him to his hernia surgeries, so they're not up to date as well. He also has severe diaper rashes, and it's just like, it's getting to a point. If this is all true, I feel like they should just go ahead and place this baby in a good home, or she needs to take parenting class. Instead of chasing all these men that's not doing you no good, do better for your son. Do right by your kid. Like, we want to see him in a healthy position. It's been like one thing after another when it comes to that baby. It first started when she was in Walmart and his head was hanging over while she had the dog in her hand. But Blueface told us and we thought he was lying. And I just find it so crazy that neither one of her family members want to take the baby and help her with the baby. I find that so strange. Like, she's a first-time mom and not everybody know how to be a parent, especially being a first-time mom. That's your first experience. But like, everything she do when it comes to that baby just be blowing me. And somehow the internet is always exposing her for some type of bullshit.
I want you to go back and watch all the videos of Chrisean Rock around people with her son. You know, when people see a baby, they be, oh my God, the baby's here. The baby. Don't nobody look at that baby. The baby be, niggas won't even make eye contact with the baby. They start, niggas roll up blunts and shit just. And I'm sorry, y'all. I'm not making fun of the baby. I know I'm laughing and I look jovial and it's funny to me, but I'm not making fun of the baby. It's not like we could do anything, but we watched their girl drink pregnant. And I remember just a year ago, 2 years ago, people, the baby's fine. Nothing's wrong with the baby. Who gets on the internet and talks about a child? Bro, the baby sitting in the chair like this. I'm not making fun of the baby. If you think that's what I'm doing, then you got a problem. I'm telling the actual truth. I never seen nobody walk up to the baby and say, oh my God, Junior's so cute, baby. Bounce the baby on the bounce. Nobody even look at that baby. They don't even say nothing to the baby. They don't even acknowledge the baby exists.
The video of Chrisean Jr. being placed down on that chair and him just staring up at the ceiling into fucking outer space is fucking sad. It is so sad, and it is sickening that Chrisean is not held accountable for what she has done to Chrisean Jr. Chrisean Jr. was not born this way. He was made this way. He was made this way because of his mother, because of her neglect while she was pregnant with him, because of her current neglect of what she is doing with him, which is nothing. Chrisean Jr. has made no progress, and it has been, 26 months since he's been born? I don't think Chrisean Jr. ever crawled, held his head up, reached for toys if he even had any, or ate some fucking food. All Chrisean has done is tote him around like a ventriloquist doll from place to city, leave him laying there on the floor. The poor thing allegedly is blind and cannot see.
An Oregon man was convicted and sent to jail for collecting and using rainwater on his own property, sued by the state for theft. Rancher Gary Harrington built 3 large reservoirs on his own land to collect rainwater and snow melt. He claimed the water was primarily for fire protection reserves and for providing water to wildlife. But the state called it theft and prosecuted Gary. A municipal code stipulates that all water within city limits, including precipitation, is part of the public water supply. The city requested the court order the removal of his collection system and impose a fine. Despite Harrington's repeated appeals, arguing, the water fell on my land, I'm not selling it. I'm simply using it on my own property. The court ultimately rejected his claims. Harrington was found guilty on multiple charges, including unlawful appropriation of state water resources. He was sentenced to 30 days in jail and fined over $1,500. The incident sparked intense backlash. Residents said it was simply tyranny. If a person cannot own the rain that falls on their own land, what do they actually own?
And Chrisean having chlamydia while giving birth just proves that she wasn't getting any prenatal care done. She wasn't going to any doctor's appointments. Not to mention, she found this out while she was in labor. The doctors told her after they got all of her testing back that she basically needed to do a C-section. And if I'm not mistaken, they can't force you into a C-section. If you tell the doctors, no, I don't want to do a C-section, I don't think they can force you into it. But my problem is, why wouldn't they report the fact that this person may be a danger to their child because they are willingly giving birth through an affected canal? That's what I just don't understand. And I do understand too, a lot of states do have the rule where they in fact can enforce you to have a C-section, and then other states have it where it's your choice depending on the STD. And that's just wild to me. Let's call it what it is. Krishan had that baby through an affected canal because if she would have had a C-section, she wouldn't have been able to vlog and turn her whole delivery into content the way that she wanted to make it.
Not Krishan had chlamydia, and that's the reason why Junior is blind? What? So that means the medical documents that came out about Junior was true. Oh my goodness, it's Mad Day. What I tell y'all? So the sister that came out and finally done spoke out about what happened last night, night before last, whenever the fuck it happened, bitch, about how Krishan is a lying, dirty, gutter snipe ass. She was just like, oh, let's talk about how you had that baby knowing damn well you was infected down there. You had that infected cooch. You had chlamydia. And they told you you needed to get a C-section and you said no. And how you let him pass through that infected fucking canal. You trifling gutter snipe. Let's talk about that one. And you knew it whole time. That means you didn't get no prenatal care or nothing. We already established this. She didn't get no prenatal care. She didn't get no checkups before or after Junior came out the motherfucking womb, bitch. And I told y'all that picture that's surfacing around when Junior was born, at birth, he had the hernia. At birth, he had club feet. At birth, it looked like he had all those symptoms. So those medical documents that came out was true. Lord, let's play for this damn child. This bitch, oh my God. I told y'all on Mad Day, the sister's gonna start spilling the beans. Even though she could have said more than what she said, she still didn't. She was just like, I'm giving you fair warning, leave us alone. Like, she's sprinkling a little tease on it. She's like, leave me alone. You tried to play the narrative as if your son wasn't safe and stuff, when that was far from the fucking truth. You're trying to get people sought up, you're a police ass. Yeah, that's what I got from it, bitch. Oh my God, it's juicy.
Junior was born out of an infected canal? An infected canal. Imagine you're coming out of the cooter, seeing the light, you're seeing the light of the hospital, and then you instantly can't see anymore. You're blinded by the cooter. Blinded by the cooter. And you know why he was born out of an infected canal? Because she didn't want to mess up her stomach tattoos and have a scar. But she goes around with one fucking tooth and a pacifier in her mouth. And then when she finally gets her son back that got abducted or held over by ransom or whatever the fuck she was saying on live, she's on top of her boyfriend in a car. She's not even holding her son that was supposedly taken from her. An infected canal. And obviously we all got our answer. We all knew he was special, and like I said, nothing's wrong with that. Nothing is wrong with it. We don't even need to know what his diagnosis is, because it's really not our business. But like, every time she fall out with one of her family members, we find out more and more and more. Can you imagine when her and this boyfriend break up? It's gonna go down in Chinatown. My only question is, who infected the canal? Was it Blueface? Maybe that's what drove him to get all them face tats.
A video showing two women filming and mocking a guy at a gym has gone viral online. The incident originated from a widely shared TikTok video. In the video, two young women set up a tripod in the gym. They aimed their phone camera at a man training alone. They pointed their fingers at him and mimicked his exercises, laughing loudly at him because they thought his workout looked silly. After the video was uploaded, it quickly sparked disgust among viewers. A large number of netizens criticized the behavior as disgusting bullying. Under immense public pressure, the two women issued an apology and took down the original video. They explained it wasn't bullying, just a playful imitation they found funny. The two women even tried to demand the original poster take down the exposure video to salvage their image. However, discussions about the incident continued to escalate. Some netizens revealed that the two women have had their gym memberships permanently revoked. This outcome was supported by the majority of online users.
TLC's Life Unexpected sparks outrage with new storyline, not only due to the young age of those involved, but also because many believe adults failed in their duties before the pregnancy occurred. Hunter was just 12 years old and became a father at 13. For many viewers, the core question is simple. Where were the parents? Online rumors suggest Bella's mother allowed Hunter to stay overnight, creating an environment lacking supervision. According to insiders, some producers even refused to work with the family due to the chaotic home environment, pointing fingers directly at Bella's mother. Worse still is the continuation of this pattern. Bella had posted about wanting children long before her pregnancy, around age 13 or 14. Her mother's household already had another teenage parent, reportedly Bella's sister, who became a teenage mom at 18 through a planned pregnancy. Bella's mother is also monetizing this situation, having immediately created a TikTok account centered on her 4-year-old daughter's pregnancy after the pregnancy occurred. Teenagers make mistakes, that's a fact. But when a child is only 12, the focus shouldn't be on what the child did, but why no adult stepped in to prevent this from happening.
A white couple tried to avoid paying for their meal by putting hair into their food, but their plan failed. The couple was eating at a small family restaurant. After their food arrived, the woman quietly pulled a few hairs from her own head and dropped them into the dish. Then they called the server over and said there was hair in their food. They asked for the meal to be free and also wanted extra food to take home. The server looked at the hair and was shocked. The server told them this could not have come from the kitchen because the cook is bald. To be sure, the staff checked the security cameras. The video clearly showed the woman taking hair from her own head and putting it into the food. The server told the couple they were no longer welcome at the restaurant. The server explained that it is a very small family business and cannot afford to lose money from fake complaints. After that, the restaurant called the police. Officers warned the couple and began looking into their past behavior. Police said the couple has a history of making false claims at different restaurants to get free meals. Many people online say lying to small businesses is wrong, especially when those businesses are just trying to survive.
This is not a movie effect, and it's not a hoax. Last night, over a small town in Texas, the night sky lit up with something no one could explain, a massive glowing cross suspended above the horizon. Witnesses say it wasn't a cloud, it wasn't light beams, it was a shape burning through the darkness, sharp and unmistakable. For hours, it hovered in silence, miles long, radiating a strange glow that made the air feel heavy. People stopped their cars, pulled out their phones, some praying, some screaming. The cross didn't flicker or fade. It stayed, watching, as if carved into the sky itself. Here's the terrifying part. Every electronic device within the area began to glitch. Radios filled with static. Phones died even at full charge. And animals went wild. Dogs howled. Birds fled. Cattle collapsed. Locals claim the temperature dropped instantly, a cold wave sweeping through the streets. Some describe hearing a low hum vibrating in their bones, almost like a voice too deep to understand.
A woman has been arrested after spraying pepper spray on an independent journalist aboard a bus. The incident occurred on a bus in Philadelphia. She believed the journalist's reporting stance conflicted with her political beliefs. During the confrontation, the woman struck Scales in the head. Then she took out pepper spray and sprayed it directly in the journalist's face. The journalist's companion continued to record and document the entire incident. The woman also attempted to grab the journalist's equipment to stop the filming. Afterward, the woman's identity was exposed on social media. She was confirmed to be Paulina Reyes, an intern at WHYY News. Reyes' radical anti-fascist stance has sparked public attention. She has openly stated several times that she opposes fascism and racism, and she viewed the journalist as the enemy. Some online users speculate that her emotional state may be closely related to recent socio-political events. However, the focus of the discussion has shifted to whether her actions were influenced by her mental state. As the story developed, WHYY News issued a statement. The organization confirmed that it had ended its working relationship with Paulina Reyes.
Starting tomorrow, entering an airport in flip-flops will be considered illegal, and violators may be stopped by airport security and fined up to $3,000. This is not a joke. It's the first clause to take effect under the newly implemented National Image and Conduct Security Act. According to the law, all commercial airline passengers must wear enclosed footwear to enter airport facilities. No bare feet. No flip officials claim relaxed behavior often signals a dangerous mindset. Unified appearance standards are necessary to awaken collective civic responsibility. And it gets more extreme. If you show up in flip-flops, you'll not only be stopped, you'll be required to sign a complacency risk pledge on the spot. Refusal means no boarding. Repeat offenders will be added to the aviation conduct watch list, limiting future access to flights and high-speed rail. At a press conference, Trump stated, "This is the beginning of a new American order. We're going to make airports as disciplined as the military."
A nurse was suspended and taken into custody after posting a video in which she wished severe harm on White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt during childbirth. In the video, the woman appears visibly agitated, making extreme and aggressive remarks toward a White House official who was about to give birth. The woman involved was later identified. Her name is Shonda Petrie Zaruk, a registered nurse from the state of Ohio. In addition, she had previously served as a vice president at the home health care company Home First Choice. After the video surfaced, public reaction shifted rapidly. The controversy raised a broader question. Can a medical professional openly wish harm related to pregnancy and childbirth? As pressure mounted, Home First Choice issued an official statement confirming that Shonda Petrie Zaruk is no longer employed by the company. The incident continues to unfold. The discussion has moved beyond personal speech, escalating into concerns over medical ethics, professional responsibility, and public trust. Does holding a professional license still imply a higher moral standard?
Losing the house is incredibly painful for this couple in their 80s, but it's how they lost the house that hurts the most. They say they were scammed by their own grandson.
The trouble started 2 years ago when the elderly couple needed a personal loan. Their grandson offered to help and in the process convinced them to hand over the deed to this house. That was the beginning of the end.
And I don't know where we're going to put these.
Verna and Hank Kowecki have to pack everything and move. They're being evicted from their home of 56 years in Thousand Oaks.
Anytime you mention my house or my wife, it's rough.
People in the neighborhood told me all about it, but I still couldn't believe it. Not from him, I couldn't.
And I don't know how a person can have a behavior like that.
Doug Emerson is one of the neighbors who broke the news to the elderly couple. He noticed that when Hank and Helen were out on Sundays with their grandson, realtors would be showing the house to potential buyers. Emerson did some digging and discovered the grandson the couple loved dearly was selling the house without their knowledge. Not only was the house for sale, all the equity was gone.
To the extent I wanted to commit suicide at one time, because it's just too much. Too much.
Just as everyone was being told to prepare for the worst, Ted Cruz was spotted boarding a flight out of Texas, heading to a vacation destination. According to the National Weather Service, Texas is about to face one of the most severe winter storms of the year. The storm is expected to begin impacting much of the United States on Friday, with more than 180 million people now at risk. And this is not the first time. Against that backdrop, Ted Cruz was seen at the airport, not inspecting storm preparations, not holding an emergency briefing, but boarding a plane and leaving Texas for a vacation destination. Photos and videos quickly spread online. Public reaction escalated almost immediately. On one side, Texas residents facing possible power outages, water disruptions, and icy roads. On the other, a U.S. senator choosing to leave before the storm arrives. The official response was simple. A U.S. senator is not directly responsible for state-level emergency management. When a crisis hits, should a leader be present or not?
Police never expected that an emergency call would uncover such a horrifying case. While shopping, Andrew Miller discovered a piece of meat on the counter with an unusual shape, disturbingly similar to a human leg. Sensing that something was terribly wrong, he left the supermarket and contacted the police in a state of panic. The scene was quickly sealed off. Customers were evacuated and the meat section was completely shut down. The supermarket owner, John Martin, was taken into custody. In stark contrast to the tension around him, he appeared cold and almost emotionless in the face of relentless questioning. As the investigation expanded, police discovered that John's wife, Emily Martin, had been missing for 3 days. There was no missing person report, no phone calls, and no signs that she had left voluntarily. Neighbors reported that they had not seen Emily, only John coming and going alone. During a search behind the supermarket, authorities found Emily alive but severely weakened and with only one leg remaining. Forensic results confirmed that the severed leg was the same piece of meat displayed on the counter. Faced with undeniable evidence, John claimed that after discovering his wife's infidelity, he became consumed by rage and committed such a barbaric act. But no reason can justify this level of violence. The case immediately shocked the public and stirred deep fear throughout the community.
Oh my gosh. What?
A
family from Detroit outraged after being kicked off their flight over a complaint about their hygiene.
There's no body odor that we have. There's nothing wrong with us.
Yossi Adler, his wife Jenny, and their baby were wrapping up their vacation in Miami and heading back home to Detroit. At least that's what they had planned.
All of a sudden, as soon as they took us off, they closed the gate, and then they said, "Oh, sorry, sir. Some people complained that you had body odor. We're not letting you back on."
The Adler family briefly boarded the American Airlines plane before they were asked to get off because passengers were complaining about their body odor.
We don't have odor, okay? Nobody here has odor. Oh, stop. Give me that. Oh, stop, okay?
This is cell video taken by Yossi talking with airline staff after being booted from their flight.
They said they're taking our stuff off, and they lied.
The Adlers say they were told their luggage would be taken off the plane, but that didn't happen, leaving them with only the clothes on their backs.
We have our car seat, our stroller, everything.
In a statement, American Airlines said they removed the Adlers from the flight after several passengers complained about their body odor. They were booked in a hotel, given meal vouchers, and booked onto a new flight the next day.
We stopped several people in the airport, and it's embarrassing.
A man knocked over a pregnant woman with a shopping cart, resulting in her miscarriage. Afterward, he refused to apologize and publicly stated, "I don't think I did anything wrong." The incident took place in a store's checkout line. The area was crowded. A collision occurred involving a shopping cart. Witnesses said the pregnant woman was visibly unwell after being hit. She was later taken to the hospital where a miscarriage was confirmed. But what truly ignited the situation was not the accident itself, but the man's attitude. When confronted, he refused to apologize. He repeatedly insisted, "It was just a bump. It's not a big deal." That remark instantly angered nearby shoppers. Several people spoke up on the spot. Some questioned whether he had any sense of responsibility. Others stood between him and the pregnant woman. The entire incident was recorded. After the video was posted online, it spread rapidly. The comment section exploded. Some argued that beyond the accident, the attitude was the real line that was crossed. Others questioned whether public indifference should be collectively challenged. If it were you, would you step in?
I whipped out my phone because, we're content creators.
That woman knows what's going on between her son and her husband. She absolutely knows. Because who wouldn't watch that video back, especially after people have said something to you, but who wouldn't watch that video back and not see anything wrong with it? You can hear the dad saying, I'm not going to say it here, but you can hear him saying some things to his son. You can see him trying to pull his pants up under the blanket. You can see where the son's head was when he's coming out of the blankets. And it's like catching teenagers messing around. That's the way the dad was like, hey, she knows something's going on. And I think perhaps she put it on the internet because something inside of her wanted to know for sure. But now that she knows, I think it's too much, which is sick because you should be stopping it. That is a sign of something happening to that child. I think she knows deep down, and either she's avoiding it or it's just too much for her brain to process at the current moment.
A coyote chasing a chihuahua in the backyard and chomping down on the poor little guy. The coyote makes a getaway with the family pet still in its jaws.
Where? Outside. Where? They took Chico. Oh my God.
The homeowners frantically search their backyard.
I actually saw our little Chico in the coyote's mouth.
Carrie and Larry Ruiz were terrified.
I witnessed what was the most horrifying experience in my nightmare coming true.
Horrified by watching the life and death struggle of their beloved pet, Carrie sprang into action. She grabbed a secret weapon, this air horn, and gave it a blast. She showed me that life-saving weapon.
It's extremely loud.
They keep air horns all over their home, just in case.
I know exactly where it is. It's right by every single exit we have to the house, every entry to the house, just in case we go out and we see a coyote.
And here's little Chico today. The coyote dropped the pet as soon as he heard the air horn.
We call him our miracle dog.
Chico suffered a broken rib and scratches, but he's lucky to be alive. From now on, Chico's owners say they will never leave their dogs unattended.
He's a good boy. They took Chico!
He is a good boy. The family says it's a reminder, never leave your pets outside unattended. They also recommend you keep an air horn close by.
Hi there. Hey!
I'm sorry, you guys are grown adults.
That woman knows what's going on between her son and her husband. She absolutely knows. Because who wouldn't watch that video back, especially after people have said something to you, but who wouldn't watch that video back and not see anything wrong with it? You can hear the dad saying, I'm not going to say it here, but you can hear him saying some things to his son. You can see him trying to pull his pants up under the blanket. You can see where the son's head was when he's coming out of the blankets. And it's like catching teenagers messing around. That's the way the dad was like, hey, she knows something's going on. And I think perhaps she put it on the internet because something inside of her wanted to know for sure. But now that she knows, I think it's too much, which is sick because you should be stopping it. That is a sign of something happening to that child. I think she knows deep down, and either she's avoiding it or it's just too much for her brain to process at the current moment.
As Texas faces its most severe winter storm, Ted Cruz was spotted leaving the state, boarding a flight to a vacation destination. This year's storm is expected to impact much of the United States, with more than 180 million people at risk. Supermarkets are seeing panic buying, and power companies are warning that widespread outages and water disruptions could happen at any time. While the public is being told to prepare for the worst, Ted Cruz was seen at the airport, boarding a plane and leaving Texas, choosing to step away from the center of the storm. The contrast is striking. On one side, residents are braving the cold, reinforcing their homes and stocking up on emergency supplies. On the other, a politician is stepping onto a vacation flight. Many Texans seem almost used to it. They say that every time the situation in Texas worsens, Ted Cruz chooses to leave. He's our bad weather forecaster, they say. He's a politician. When he goes on vacation, that's how we know when to prepare for severe weather and when to rely on ourselves. When a crisis hits, do people want to see a leader walking away or one who stays behind? Even if they are not directly involved in the disaster relief efforts, should leaders symbolically remain on site? It seems like he doesn't really care.
No one realized that less than 24 hours after Patty Pimblett was poked violently in the eyes twice by Justin Gaethje, Dana White immediately took 3 shocking moves that won everyone's respect. Justin Gaethje first jabbed Patty Pimblett's right eye with his fingertips, then poked his eye again in the second round and even kicked him in the groin. Patty was eventually rushed to the hospital for treatment as blood oozed from the corner of his eye. However, the referee's missed calls also sparked fans' doubts about the fairness of the event. To quell the public outcry, Dana White, president of the UFC, promptly made 3 decisions. First of all, Dana immediately promised to cover all of Patty's medical expenses while contacting the UFC's medical director to follow up on the treatment progress and coordinating top ophthalmologists to join the medical team. Secondly, at an emergency press conference, Dana publicly admitted that the missed calls by referee Marc Goddard were an unforgivable mistake. He announced that Goddard would be suspended from officiating the next 3 UFC main events and ordered to take part in special remedial training. Finally, Dana highly praised Patty for his resilience in fighting through to the end despite the severe eye injury, stating that he interpreted the fighting spirit through his actions. He also said that if Patty's team submitted a request for a rematch, the UFC would prioritize arranging a second fight between the two, resolving the controversy with a fair match and thoroughly calming the emotions of both the fighters and the fans.
Police never expected that an emergency call would uncover such a horrifying case. While shopping, Andrew Miller discovered a piece of meat on the counter with an unusual shape, disturbingly similar to a human leg. Sensing that something was terribly wrong, he left the supermarket and contacted the police in a state of panic. The scene was quickly sealed off. Customers were evacuated and the meat section was completely shut down. The supermarket owner, John Martin, was taken into custody. In stark contrast to the tension around him, he appeared cold and almost emotionless in the face of relentless questioning. As the investigation expanded, police discovered that John's wife, Emily Martin, had been missing for 3 days. There was no missing person report, no phone calls, and no signs that she had left voluntarily. Neighbors reported that they had not seen Emily, only John coming and going alone. During a search behind the supermarket, authorities found Emily alive but severely weakened and with only 1 leg remaining. Forensic results confirmed that the severed leg was the same piece of meat displayed on the counter. Faced with undeniable evidence, John claimed that after discovering his wife's infidelity, he became consumed by rage and committed such a barbaric act, but no reason can justify this level of violence. The case immediately shocked the public and stirred deep fear throughout the community.
The man is facing serious allegations for clearing snow near vehicles parked along the street and could potentially lose his job. The incident took place in Philadelphia, which had just experienced a major winter storm with more than 9 inches of snowfall. A sanitation department driver was traveling through Philadelphia's Kensington neighborhood when his snowplow pushed snow onto parked vehicles. The video is accompanied by profane shouting from bystanders. The person filming accused the driver of intentionally pushing snow toward vehicles and pedestrians. The footage quickly sparked widespread public anger. Some online users called for criminal charges against the driver. Philadelphia city officials later confirmed that the driver is an employee of the city's sanitation department. City officials stated that they do not tolerate any behavior that deliberately creates dangerous conditions. At the same time, authorities emphasized that the incident is still under investigation. Officials noted that illegally parked vehicles can severely interfere with snow removal operations.
Christy Sarah makes her first post back since the entire divorce drama with Desmond came out. She posted this slide in her revenge dress and she captioned it, "Same address." Oh, you better catch it, Desmond. Call her mother, because she absolutely ate with this response. She's getting the house in the divorce. And what? The comments are so excited for her return. They're saying Christy ain't come to play. I know that's right. She said it's her house. She said peace. Your caption is fucking awesome. It's a new chef in the kitchen. I see what you did there. Meanwhile, you have Desmond clearly admitting guilt, and that's exactly why she got the house in the divorce. They just built this house, by the way, to live in there together with their kids, but now it's officially hers. She's also removing his last name from all and everything. And with this revenge dress, I don't even want to know who's in her DMs right now. Now, she did post a couple cryptic stories after the news broke out with her divorce. One of them I remember was her literally in the kitchen cooking, basically letting us know, I don't need no chef. I can cook my damn self. If I have to burn this house down, I will.
Renowned actress Catherine O'Hara has died at the age of 71. She was widely known for her roles in Schitt's Creek and Home Alone. TMZ has confirmed that Catherine O'Hara passed away after suffering a sudden medical emergency at her home in Los Angeles. At this time, the exact cause of her death has not been released. Authorities have not yet provided further details, and no official statement has been issued by her family. Sources say the situation unfolded very suddenly and was not related to any publicly known long-term health issues, adding to the sense of disbelief surrounding the news. From satirical comedies to heartfelt family films, the characters she brought to life spanned the memories of multiple generations of audiences, often with a precision and restraint rarely seen in comedy. If this report is ultimately confirmed, this will not be just another celebrity death. It marks the departure of a truly genre-defining actress. What she leaves behind is not only a body of work, but a rare and unmistakable screen presence, one that carries far more weight than a single breaking news headline. Rest in peace.
Breaking news, actress Catherine O'Hara has passed away at the age of 71. There is no official report on her cause of death. News of her passing broke on Friday. Reports claim that the LA Fire Department responded to a call at the actress's home around 4:48 a.m. local time. Before she was transported to the hospital in serious conditions, O'Hara, best known for her roles in Schitt's Creek, Home Alone, and Beetlejuice, passed away on January 30 following a brief illness, her representatives confirmed. The cause of death has not been publicly disclosed. Born in Toronto, O'Hara rose to fame as a breakout star on the Canadian sketch comedy series SCTV, where her sharp improvisation and character work helped redefine television comedy. She later became a fixture in Hollywood, frequently collaborating with director Christopher Guest on cult classics including Best in Show and A Mighty Wind. In recent years, O'Hara experienced a career resurgence as Moira Rose on the hit series Schitt's Creek, a role that earned her an Emmy Award and widespread acclaim. Her portrayal became one of the most iconic characters in modern television comedy. Tributes from fellow actors and fans have poured in across social media, praising O'Hara as a once-in-a-generation talent whose influence shaped decades of film and television. She is survived by her husband, production designer Bo Welch, and their two sons.
You thought you were buying cotton socks. Turns out you were buying plastic. And this isn't a problem with one brand. This is what's happening right now on Walmart shelves. A man walked into Walmart just trying to buy a normal pair of cotton socks. He thought it would be simple. Grab a pair and go. But then he checked the label, 97% polyester. He didn't jump to conclusions. He picked up another pair, 80% polyester, 90% polyester, 95% polyester. Not one pair, not two pairs, row after row. He said when he was a kid, socks might have had a little synthetic fiber mixed in. Now it's completely reversed. Cotton is the minority. Plastic is the standard. Some people say it's for durability. Some say it's about cutting costs. Others argue that when you have to read every label just to avoid plastic, consumers were never really informed. So what do you think this is? An upgrade or a quiet downgrade?
You'd think if you order scallops, you'd get just that, scallops, right? Not always. We gathered samples of scallops from restaurants across the USA. Here at Fish House, a popular fish market in New York City, scallops are on prominent display. We ordered fried scallops. Then we sent them to Applied Food Technologies in Florida, where Molly Sims and her colleagues specialize in seafood DNA analysis. Guess what? The lab found there wasn't any scallop in the scallop.
My best guess to what they were is probably some sort of surimi type product.
Surimi? What the heck is that?
That is the surimi fish paste. So it's a bunch of goo that's shaped like a scallop to fool you.
Is this fish goo?
Fish goo.
He says unlike natural scallops, surimi is a less healthy paste, typically made up of cheap fish like pollock or whiting.
If it smells fishy, something's fishy going on. Literally, it is fake.
A pregnant woman is accusing ICE, claiming that officers fired a 40-millimeter crowd control munition at her abdomen and that she lost her baby as a result. The incident reportedly took place during recent anti-ICE protests in Los Angeles, where large crowds had gathered for days and law enforcement deployed various so-called non-lethal dispersal methods. In a video circulating on social media, the person filming can be heard shouting, "She's pregnant. She got hit in the stomach." However, as of now, no authoritative media outlets or official agencies have confirmed that the woman was indeed pregnant, nor have they verified that officers intentionally targeted her abdomen. The Los Angeles Police Department has previously stated that the use of crowd control munitions during protests is intended to manage the situation and protect public safety. At the same time, multiple protesters have filed lawsuits alleging they were struck by 40-millimeter rounds, and some of those cases have already entered the judicial process. Whether the specific details of this case are accurate and whether it will become the subject of a formal investigation.
Oh my God, the search for 21-year-old Lupita Ontiveros is still ongoing in Merced, California. On Tuesday, Lupita, along with 3 other friends, went out driving on dune buggies. The driver, Alexandro Miranda, was driving but got disoriented and flipped into the county canal. The driver, along with 2 of the passengers, were able to swim back. Now, they were transported to the hospital. He fled the scene. Unfortunately, Lupita was not found. She didn't make it out, and they're still trying to locate her. Lupita's mother, along with a lot of her family, have been walking around the canal searching for her. And as of right now, there hasn't been any update. Now, the only way to stop the canal, because, the water's flowing, it only can happen when there's an emergency. Unfortunately, is not considered one. So they have to wait until the water calms down. And like I mentioned, the driver fled the scene, but he has been arrested and is booked in a Merced County jail right now. They also have released that the seatbelts were unattached to the dune buggy, which means they were riding without being secure. That's unfortunately why Lupita was fled into the canal and currently missing. If you know any information, please make sure to reach out to any local authority with any updates. I will let you guys know as soon as we get anything.
Hi, my name is Kevin Montrell Hughes. I've been working for McDonald's since 09-04, and they gave me a bicycle. They gave me a tool so I could get to work. They gave me an instrument so I could get here. So thank God for every person that put a dime into this.
A man worked at McDonald's for over 21 years. In the end, what he received as a reward was not a bonus nor a promotion, but a bicycle. Many people said he should have been given a car. Should he be happy or sad about this? The man's name was Stephen Montreal Hughes. He was from South Carolina. He had been working at McDonald's since 2004. This was a long-term, stable, and dedicated job for him. Previously, he often had to walk to work. The commuting conditions were difficult, but he still persisted in working. That day, he said that he finally no longer came to work on foot. Instead, McDonald's sent him a bicycle. He was emotionally excited and repeatedly thanked in front of everyone. When he realized that this was prepared for him, he didn't say, "I deserve deserve it, nor finally it's my turn. The most touching sentence he said was, "That's my home." This scene moved countless people. 21 years of dedication, not recorded in any grand system, but remembered by those around me. What truly moves people is not the bicycle itself, but the efforts of ordinary people, which are finally met with kindness. Do you think he should get a car or something else?
A man discovered a hidden safe in an abandoned mansion, but as he delved deeper into the investigation, he gradually uncovered a shocking secret. According to locals, the mansion once belonged to a powerful business tycoon, and the man inadvertently revealed the tycoon's secret legacy. He carefully spun the dial and finally opened the door to an unknown world. However, once opened, he found that inside was not the wealth he had imagined, but another door and a rusty key. He continued to cut through the metal casing and discovered more hidden items, which could be evidence of business transactions or perhaps a testament to past dark dealings. Rumors say that the business tycoon, in a hurry to leave, hid numerous illegal transactions and wealth in the mansion's safe. And the true value of the mansion lies not just in the wealth, but in the secrets he concealed. But this is not the end. Are the items and cash the man discovered just the surface? The case is still under further investigation, but the public is beginning to question whether this mansion hides something even more dangerous than wealth. The disappearance of Lupita has sparked new questions. She was allegedly left behind by her friends for 15 hours. According to information currently available, on the night of the incident, Lupita Ontiveros was traveling with several companions when an accident occurred. After the accident, the other individuals with her were confirmed to have safely left the scene, but Lupita herself was not confirmed to have escaped. Family members say they were not notified immediately. Instead, they were informed that Lupita was missing approximately 15 hours after the accident. This delay has become one of the central points of public concern. During the subsequent search, police discovered Lupita's jacket in a vacant lot. The location was not close to the crash site and was outside the normal search area. Available information indicates that Lupita was wearing the jacket at the time of the accident. Why the jacket was found far from the accident scene has not yet been officially explained. As of now, authorities have not released a complete timeline, nor have they provided a detailed explanation for the delayed notification of the family or the location where the jacket was found.
Nancy Guthrie vanished from her home in Tucson, Arizona. When police went to the house, they found a chilling scene and homicide detectives were called in. Police released this poster. Nancy Guthrie is 5'5" and weighs 150 pounds with brown hair and blue eyes. Savannah Guthrie was absent from the anchor desk at the Today Show, where her mom's mystery disappearance was the lead story. Savannah has flown to Tucson to be close at hand.
She is here in Tucson with family. They are all together and they are working close with us.
A press conference by Sheriff Frick Nanos this morning was carried live on the cable news networks and NBC. Savannah's colleagues are expressing sadness and Pisolini.
She's without her medication, so we are thinking of our dearest, dearest Savannah.
Savannah is a friend of mine as well, and we send our love and hopes and prayers.
Savannah's mom was last seen at her home around 9:45 p.m. Saturday night. The next morning, she did not attend her usual church service.
This is 4-year-old Lane Luviano. She's the one that broke this case open in September when she snuck one of her Sleepy stickers out of the classroom.
She kind of pulled up her little shorts and said, "Mom, look, this is my sleeping sticker." And I was like, "The what?"
When Lane's mom, Lisa, saw the sticker, she thought it was strange and asked her daughter about it.
And the teacher gives it to you, where she put it?
On my eye.
And what's it look like?
Sleepy with a moon on it.
Lane's dad says he's known something was wrong since school first started.
They never notified the parents.
So Lisa took matters into her own hands. She reached out to the other parents in Lane's class, sent them pictures of the patch to see if their kids were getting the stickers too.
I showed it to my 4-year-old, and she said, yes, that's the Sleepy sticker. And if you read the ingredients on them, it has a lot of, it's just things I've never even heard of.
And they're giving them drugs to make them sleep, to keep them quiet.
Najala Abdullah tells us she'd noticed changes in her son, who told her he'd been getting the stickers too. She says he'd been crying, stopped eating, and was bringing home lunches that he hadn't touched.
You think it could be a crime? Most definitely.
Yeah.
Police are now speculating that 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie was abducted. Her pacemaker stopped connecting to her Apple Watch around 2 a.m. on Sunday morning. Blood was found in her home, which is now being ran for a DNA match. And the police also said there were signs of forced entry, which I believe is why they called the homicide team in so soon. Nancy is also the mother of Savannah Guthrie, who you may know from the Today Show. Nancy was last seen Saturday night in Tucson, Arizona, after one of her children dropped her off at her home. Nancy lives alone. She is of sound mind. She doesn't have Alzheimer's, dementia, nothing. Her only limitations are physically, which is why police say she did not leave on her own accord. She physically could not have just left her home and walked so long that no one can find her. Sunday morning, the following day, she was supposed to be at church and one of her friends were concerned and called the family, and that is when they realized that they couldn't get a hold of her. The family spent about an hour searching for her, and when they couldn't find her, they called the police, which prompted everything that came after. Police said they no longer believe this is a missing person mission, but a crime investigation. Nancy also takes a daily medication that she has to have. Her belongings were left behind: her vehicle, her keys, her phone, her money, her Apple Watch, everything. There are signs of forced entry, no signs of robbery.
Breaking news, authorities have now confirmed that blood was found outside of the home of Savannah Guthrie's missing mother. News Nation recently posted a video that showed a BLOOD trail outside of her Arizona home. As you can see the splatter on the brown tiles leading up to her front door. However, it is unknown if this is Nancy's or the person who took her. In addition to that, another video that they shared pointed out that Nancy's Ring door camera was missing from its slot. Today at the press conference, when the sheriff was asked about the Ring doorbell camera, they said that they did not know if it was taken and that they were reviewing all footage from the home. As you may recall, they also reported today that they found BLOOD inside of Nancy's home. Again, it is unknown whose it is. In addition to all that, today they also received a ransom note at TMZ. They said that they were demanding millions of Bitcoin dollars. And after further researching, they were able to determine that the Bitcoin address was in fact real. Within that note, they also gave information that only the person on the scene may have knowledge of, such as what Nancy was wearing and damage to inside of the home. To stay up to date on this case, make sure you click the playlist below. I'll keep you guys updated. What do you think? Drop in the comments.
The disappearance of Lupita has sparked new questions. She was allegedly left behind by her friends for 15 hours. According to information currently available, on the night of the incident, Lupita Ontiveros was traveling with several companions when an accident occurred. After the accident, the other individuals with her were confirmed to have safely left the scene, but Lupita herself was not confirmed to have escaped. Family members say they were not notified immediately. Instead, they were informed that Lupita was missing approximately 15 hours after the accident. This delay has become one of the central points of public concern. During the subsequent search, police discovered Lupita's jacket in a vacant lot. The location was not close to the crash site and was outside the normal search area. Available information indicates that Lupita was wearing the jacket at the time of the accident. Why the jacket was found far from the accident scene has not yet been officially explained. As of now, authorities have not released a complete timeline, nor have they provided a detailed explanation for the delayed notification of the family or the location where the jacket was found. Influencer Harry Sisson has officially come out. In a recent TikTok live stream, he accidentally revealed his sexual orientation as gay. He didn't directly announce it, but his emotional reactions and subtle comments have been interpreted as an open declaration of his sexuality. Harry's private life has long been a focal point of online public opinion. Previously, he had been accused by multiple women. Some speculate that Sisson may be intentionally using this moment to shift public attention, trying to rebrand himself by revealing his sexuality. While some praise his honesty, others criticize him for being insincere, pointing out that the timing of his coming out after his previous controversies seems inappropriate. Harry is known for his outspoken political commentary, but this live stream has added a new layer to his public image, with many interpreting it as a personal, emotional revelation. As the situation continues to develop, public attention and controversy are likely to intensify. Stay tuned for further updates.
Breaking news, Tucson Aris. In a major development in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, mother of Today Show co-anchor Savannah Guthrie, authorities have identified her brother-in-law as the prime suspect. FBI agents were seen arriving at the suspect's residence Tuesday afternoon to execute investigative operations. Investigators have seized and impounded a vehicle linked to the suspect. It has also been confirmed that all surveillance cameras inside Nancy Guthrie's home were deliberately destroyed. The intruder demonstrated precise knowledge of the home's layout, navigating directly to the bedroom and disabling every known camera. The suspect, identified as Thomas, Nancy's son-in-law and Savannah's brother-in-law, has worked as a 6th grade science teacher since 2007. Earlier reports of a ransom note obtained by TMZ are now widely considered to have likely been fabricated, according to multiple outlets. Data from Nancy's pacemaker helped establish the time of the incident at around 2 a.m. DNA results from blood found in the home have been returned and did not match any suspect, suggesting it most likely belongs to Nancy herself. The investigation remains active and no further details have been released at this time. We will continue to follow this story closely.
A woman who rescued a stray dog abandoned on the street during a snowstorm is facing serious charges because she refused to surrender the dog to a shelter. The incident took place in North Carolina. The woman, a veterinary technician named Dayson Garner, declined to take the dog to a shelter, fearing the environment would not be suitable for the dog's survival. She provided it with food, a warm place to stay, and medical care. She even posted on social media to find a new home for the dog named Blue. However, her company didn't care about the dog's well-being. They fired her for doing the right thing. Garner is now facing charges of unlawful possession of property and obstruction of law enforcement. Ironically, the original owner who abandoned the dog remains free, while the woman who rescued it is being penalized by the law. The case has sparked widespread discussions on social media, with many expressing outrage over the charges against Garner. The community has launched crowdfunding campaigns to help her cover legal fees and show support. Do you think she should be rewarded or punished?
She's safe, but she's scared. That's the update about Nancy Guthrie. As you've heard, ransom notes were sent into TMZ, which were then turned into the authorities. There was the one that was a fake. That guy was arrested. FBI agents on the presser yesterday on the 5th had said that they were still looking into the other one. Well, Savannah and her family had put out a statement saying that they were ready to talk to the kidnappers. Now, in this ransom note, they say that Nancy is safe but scared, and she knows exactly what the demands are, which is millions in Bitcoin, by the way. Of course, they're saying that if that isn't turned over, there's going to be consequential repercussions. Now, the first deadline has already passed. That was on Thursday. There is another deadline on the 9th. So also, this must mean that they did do their homework about what medication she needs, or somehow when they got her, they found medicine and are administering it to her. But back to this note, they are also saying that this will be their only communication. They're done communicating, done negotiating. Here's the deal, and that's it. Also, I want to add, it has now come out that one of the neighbors has reported that they had seen this white unmarked van a few days before this had happened, just on the road in their neighborhood. They said they knew it was unusual because usually if somebody was doing work in the neighborhood, there would be some sort of markings on the van. This case is constantly developing. Make sure you hit that follow button so I can keep you updated.
This man almost took his secret to the grave. Just weeks before he died, he told his daughter that he was a bank robber.
Shocked isn't a big enough word.
Ashley Randall's father, Thomas, was dying of lung cancer at the age of 71 when out of nowhere, he admitted he once lived under another name. Ashley demanded to know his real name.
He really quietly said, if I tell you, you have to promise you won't look into this.
He said it was Ted Conrad.
I couldn't not look. And the first thing that popped up was a headline that said something like, Ted Conrad, vault teller, bank heist.
In 1969, Ted Conrad stole $219,000 from a bank in Cleveland where he worked as a teller. With his new ill-gotten wealth, Ted Conrad started a new life. He bought a penthouse apartment in Boston, played a lot of golf, and became a car salesman.
By the time he married my mom, the money was gone.
But all that time, he was still being sought.
Thank you, my baby. I don't wish this on nobody.
Breaking news. Olive Garden cook dies after intentionally placing head in fryer, and Olive Garden cook has died after intentionally placing his head into a vat of boiling cooking oil while on the job, authorities confirmed. The male employee, whose identity has not been released, entered the restaurant's kitchen fryer area during his shift and thrust his entire head into the hot oil. Coworkers' 911 calls confirm he went headfirst into the fryer. Multiple staff members and at least one customer attempted to intervene and pull the man from the oil, but were unable to stop him immediately. A female employee sustained minor burns while trying to prevent further injury. The cook was rushed to a hospital in critical condition and later died from his injuries. Olive Garden has not released additional details about the incident, but acknowledged the event and closed the location for several days afterward. The scene was described as extremely disturbing by those present. The incident remains under investigation.
Get off! What's really going on with the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie? Because are we just to believe that it's a huge coincidence that the first woman who ever does a televised interview with Epstein's victims' mother gets kidnapped at the same exact time the files come out? In 2019, Savannah Guthrie was the first newscaster to do a televised interview with 5 of Jeffrey Epstein's victims, including Virginia Giuffre, who unfortunately is no longer with us because she allegedly unalived herself. And is it also another huge coincidence that the first ransom letter was sent to TMZ of all media outlets, whose founder, Harvey Levin, is mentioned in the Epstein email? In an email to Jeffrey, someone writes, "Tried to call you. Harvey Levin, who runs TMZ, is a good friend. They haven't reported on this at all, but I might be able to get him to do something on the Duchess and her backpedaling." Jeff replies, "I'll save for the right time." In fact, Savannah herself is mentioned in some of the emails. It's hard to make out who these emails are from and to because the information is redacted, but you can see here that they're talking about the fact that Savannah has done interviews with victims. Are these all just huge coincidences, or is there something more? Let me know your thoughts down below.
It is a story that got the nation talking. A blind man confronted on a flight. Passengers walking off the plane in protest.
We sat with Mary Elko Comfort in her Monroeville yoga studio, talking about what happened on a U.S. Airways flight last Wednesday from Philadelphia to Long Island, New York. She sat next to Albert Rizzi on that flight. He lost his vision 8 years ago because of meningitis. The flight attendant asked Rizzi to stow his guide dog Doxy under the seat, but where he was sitting in the back row, he didn't have a seat in front of him.
So I said, well, the dog can come under my seat.
Mary says the dog only came out to put his head between Albert's feet, never roaming the aisles. She says the flight attendant approached 2 more times, not offering to help, just barking the same orders. 45 minutes on the tarmac, and Albert was then escorted off the flight.
What broke my heart is I heard Albert say, "Am I the only one getting off the plane?"
Minutes later, the nearly 30 passengers walked into the terminal behind him, saying they wouldn't fly without Albert and Doxy.
And U.S. Airways did release a statement after the incident saying, quote, "Mr. Rizzi became disruptive and refused to comply with crew members' instructions when the flight attendant asked him to secure his service dog at his feet. The airline is reviewing how the situation was handled."
An Olive Garden cook took his own life by dunking his head in the fryers. Now, this worker is not identified, but the scene was pretty freaking gruesome. Apparently, while on shift, the cook started taking his shirt off. It says officially his clothes, but I don't know how much of that came off. He then went over to the fryers and thrust his head, his entire head, into the boiling hot oil. In fact, the 911 audio, you can hear other coworkers saying that he went head first into the fryer. Everybody was freaking out. Other coworkers were trying to thwart all of this, trying to pull him out. In fact, a female employee suffered minor burns as she was trying to stop him from injuring himself even further. One customer came in and tried to intervene. Olive Garden refused, like I said, to release any details, but they did describe it as this attempt right here, and they did shut down for several days after this happened. The cook was rushed to the hospital, but he did later pass from his injuries.
They killed my baby. I don't wish this on nobody.
Breaking news. Olive Garden cook dies after intentionally placing head in fryer. An Olive Garden cook has died after intentionally placing his head into a vat of boiling cooking oil while on the job. Authorities confirmed. The male employee, whose identity has not been released, entered the restaurant's kitchen fryer area during his shift and thrust his entire head into the hot oil. Coworkers' 911 calls confirm he went headfirst into the fryer. Multiple staff members and at least one customer attempted to intervene and pull the man from the oil, but were unable to stop him immediately. A female employee sustained minor burns while trying to prevent further injury. The cook was rushed to a hospital in critical condition and later died from his injuries. Olive Garden has not released additional details about the incident, but acknowledged the event and closed the location for several days afterward. The scene was described as extremely disturbing by those present. The incident remains under investigation.
A far-right activist named Jake Lang, who once stormed the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, tried to hold a pro-ICE rally in Minneapolis today. However, hundreds of anti-ICE protesters outnumbered a very small group of people who were there in support of ICE. Jake Lang, who organized this entire event, appeared to be injured, was seen crying, and was even chased out of downtown. F-A-F-O, am I right, guys? I mean, just take a look at him here, crying as a protester is in his face, telling him what he thinks about him. But Jake called this an anti-fraud march, and actually thought a lot of people would show up in support of ICE and what they've done in Minnesota. But instead of swaying the crowd like he thought he was going to do for some reason, you can see the fear in his eyes as he was met with hundreds of anti-ICE protesters who forced them out of downtown. The fact his little pro-ICE rally fell apart so quickly and he was so outnumbered tells you everything about how this community feels right now. Guys like Jake live on Twitter, and they think because a bunch of bots support government overreach, that means every American does as well. But it turns out that's not the case.
TikToker Alex Gonzalez arrested after running onto Super Bowl field. Las Vegas, Envy, a TikTok personality identified as Alex Gonzalez, was arrested after he ran shirtless onto the field during the Super Bowl LVIE at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. Gonzalez from Miami, Florida, jumped over a security barrier and entered the playing field while the game was in progress, according to police. Security quickly stopped him on the field, and he was taken into custody by Las Vegas Metropolitan Police. He was charged with prohibited conduct at an athletic event and transported to the Clark County Detention Center. Gonzalez, who has a large social media following, court records show he faces a misdemeanor charge and is scheduled for a hearing in April. In addition to his arrest, event officials have banned Gonzalez from attending any future NFL games for life as a result of the field invasion. Police and NFL security said actions that disrupt major sporting events are taken seriously due to safety concerns for players and fans. No additional details on his personal situation have been released. The incident was widely shared on social media by fans and viewers, and discussions about stadium security have followed.
Thank you, my baby. I don't wish this on nobody.
An Olive Garden cook took his own life by dunking his head in the fryers. Now, this worker is not identified, but the scene was pretty freaking gruesome. Apparently, while on shift, the cook started taking his shirt off. It says officially his clothes, but I don't know how much of that came off. He then went over to the fryers and thrust his head, his entire head, into the boiling hot oil. In fact, the 911 audio, you can hear other coworkers saying that he went head first into the fryer. Everybody was freaking out. Other coworkers were trying to thwart all of this, trying to pull him out. In fact, a female employee suffered minor burns as she was trying to stop him from injuring himself even further. One customer came in and tried to intervene. Olive Garden refused, like I said, to release any details, but they did describe it as this attempt right here, and they did shut down for several days after this happened. The cook was rushed to the hospital, but he did later pass from his injuries.
Jennifer Dowker is a boat captain who gives tours of shipwrecks, so she knows all about sunken treasure. Recently, she made a discovery that shocked her.
The color caught my eye.
It was a small green bottle at the bottom of Michigan's Sheboygan River that's nearly 100 years old, and there was a message in it. Jennifer showed us how she delicately pulled the water-soaked paper from the bottle. Lo and behold, it turned out to be a long-forgotten message from 1926.
Will the person who finds this bottle return this paper to George Morrow, Sheboygan, Michigan, and tell where it was found, November 1926.
Jennifer posted the letter and photos on her Facebook page, Nautical North Family Adventures, and one of those who saw it is Michelle Morrow Primo, the daughter of the man who wrote the message. Michelle drove 5 hours to meet Jennifer. Michelle brought along a journal her dad had kept while serving in World War II.
See how the writing here matches up with his writing there?
Michelle says she thinks she knows why her dad threw the bottle into the river.
It says November 1926. His birthday's November 15th. I think he might have thrown this in the river on his 18th birthday.
A bottle up from the depths that has now found its way home.
It's like I found a lost treasure.
Breaking news. What the hell do you mean the Statue of Liberty has fallen? I could have sworn the Statue of Liberty was surrounded by water. Like water, boats, the whole thing. So why does it look like she's just chilling in the middle of a parking lot? A parking lot? That alone should have told me something was off. And here's where my brain really starts glitching? If the Statue of Liberty fell, why didn't it shatter into a million pieces? I thought she was made of something fancy, copper, metal, something that would absolutely break apart on impact, but somehow she's just laying there like she took a nap. Also, can we talk about the size? They got us growing up thinking the Statue of Liberty was basically Mount Everest, like this massive, towering giant scraping the sky. And now you're telling me she's only about 114 feet tall? So what exactly have we been imagining this whole time? And don't even get me started on the internet. People are online arguing about whether this would hurt the economy. The economy? A major American symbol just supposedly fell over, and y'all are talking stocks and vibes? Then there's this one random car parked right next to the statue. One car, perfectly intact, didn't get crushed, didn't get scratched, just survived. What kind of lottery-winning luck is that? Honestly, this whole thing feels staged, or fake, or like someone forgot to show us the real statue. Because federally, if something like this actually happened, we'd be hearing sirens, press conferences, something. Instead, we're just confused on the timeline. So yeah, I have questions, a lot of them, because right now, none of this is adding up.
A museum in New York City has recently discovered a hidden underground railroad entrance. You heard that right. This secret station has been forgotten for over a century. The entrance is concealed behind a regular vanity in the second-floor room. When people opened the vanity, they discovered a hidden ladder leading down to an underground space. Below the ladder, there was a small hiding space. This museum is located on East 4th Street in the NoHo district of Manhattan, built in 1832. For years, rumors have claimed that this place was linked to the abolitionist movement, but it was only recently that solid evidence emerged. Historians found that the builder of the house, Joseph Brewster, was deeply involved in the abolitionist cause. Not only did he design this house, but he also designed blueprints for several churches in the area, which also had similar hidden compartments for hiding runaway slaves. This secret hiding space in Brewster's home was part of the Underground Railroad, helping countless escaped slaves find their way to freedom. Now, this secret passage has been discovered, unveiling a mysterious chapter of the Underground Railroad.
Get my baby. I don't wish this on nobody.
This is how famous actor James Van Der Beek tragically died. On February 11th, 2026, the entertainment world was left in shock after news broke that James Van Der Beek had passed away at the age of 48 after a long and private battle with stage 3 colorectal cancer. For months, he had been quietly fighting the disease. Back in 2024, he publicly revealed his diagnosis, choosing honesty over silence. He spoke about the importance of early detection and staying strong for family while continuing to work and spend time with his wife Kimberly and their 6 children. To millions, he will always be remembered as Dawson Leary from Dawson's Creek, the role that defined a generation. He later starred in films like Varsity Blues and The Rules of Attraction, proving he was more than just a teen drama icon. His career spanned decades, and his presence shaped early 2000s television culture. In his final days, he was surrounded by family. He passed peacefully, according to those close to him. A quiet ending for a man who once stood at the center of one of television's biggest phenomena.
That's when Richard Gilson started hitting glass outside his Jersey Shore home.
That was actually in the ground, this jar.
Near the glass was what he thought were root balls. He tossed them to the side, but days later discovered something strange about the object.
One of those root balls popped up. Lo and behold, it wasn't a root ball. It was actually $1,000 wrapped in burlap. These are $100 rolls of 10s and 20s. And, you know, he had them all wrapped up in a $1,000 bundle.
There were 2 wads of cash dating back to 1934.
When we looked it up, the value of $2,000 back in 1934 was $40,000.
Initially, Gilson thought the money must have been tied to a bank robbery some 9 decades earlier, but learned the property was owned by a James Dempsey during the Great Depression, and that the owner had asked his daughter to bury the money somewhere in the front yard.
It's a lot of money, but it's not life-changing, obviously. I think the story's more interesting, the history of the fact that this fella did this 90-some years ago, and people had asked me, what are you going to do with it?
The cause of Shirley Raines' death has been revealed. She did not pass away of natural causes. This is not the news we wanted to hear, but it is an undeniable fact. As the founder of Beauty to the Streets, Shirley spent her life providing essential services to the homeless. However, tragically, her death was not sudden. Reports indicate that Shirley's health had been deteriorating for months, but she never sought medical treatment. Her heart had been severely damaged. In the latest video, we can see that Shirley's body had become weak, yet she still used her her own hands to bring warmth, cleanliness, and dignity to others. Her death is not just the loss of one person. It is a cold reminder from society about the cost of selfless dedication. Shirley showed us the power of love and sacrifice, but she also made us reflect whether in our pursuit of helping others, we sometimes forget to help ourselves. She used her own life to demonstrate selflessness, but no one came forward when she needed help the most. May her story inspire more people to care for others, to give rather than merely to take.
A homeless man in Kansas City who resisted the urge to sell a valuable piece of jewelry that accidentally wound up in his cup of change.
I was just sitting here like I am today. She walked up and she had a little coin purse with a zipper on it. And she unzipped it and just dumped all the coins in it, I guess not knowing that the ring was inside.
Sarah Darling was distracted after a busy day shopping and getting her family ready for a road trip.
Probably about an hour away from home when I realized it.
Billy Ray Harris noticed the ring in his cup, but thought it was a fake. He asked a jeweler just to be sure.
He said, all I can tell you, if you want to sell it, I'll give you $4,000 for it right now, no questions asked.
By the time Sarah returned, Billy Ray was gone, but holding on to a shred of hope, she went back to the same spot the next day, and there he was.
I just pulled up my car and got out really quick and ran up to him, and I'm like, I don't know if you remember me, but I gave you something that was really precious to me. And he's like, was it a ring? And I said, yes. And he said, I have it.
A man was charged with sexual assault after disguising himself as a woman to compete in a wrestling match and winning. The incident occurred in a Washington school district. The female wrestler recalls that at first she didn't realize her opponent was male, but as the match went on, she began to feel uncomfortable and eventually realized she had been assaulted by a male competitor disguised as a woman. She bravely reported the incident to the school, but the school's response left her in shock. Not only did the school fail to provide effective support, but it also attempted to downplay the incident. After her continued insistence, the police intervened and began an investigation. Currently, the victim's legal team has begun pursuing further legal actions against the school and the involved organizations. This is an insult to female athletes, supporters strongly state, insisting that justice must be served for this woman. Many netizens and parents have all expressed their strong dissatisfaction with the school's handling approach. How do you think this situation should be handled? A hairdresser has been fired and is facing serious charges after ignoring a child's distress during a haircut. The incident took place in a regular hair salon in California, where the hairdresser was braiding a young girl's hair. The video shows that at first, everything seemed normal. The girl sat in the chair, looking a bit anxious, but still behaved well. However, as the hairdresser pulled on the girl's hair, she began to furrow her brow and quietly sob. The hairdresser, however, didn't stop. Instead, she continued to yank on the girl's hair, completely ignoring her pain. This scene was captured by a bystander and quickly uploaded to social media, sparking outrage among viewers. She seems to have completely ignored the child's crying, one commenter wrote. This is negligence, even abuse. Upon learning of the incident, the salon quickly responded by firing the hairdresser and stated that they would reinforce the importance of customer care, especially for children. However, the controversy hasn't died down. Many are questioning whether the hairdresser should face even harsher consequences. Currently, the hairdresser has been taken for investigation.
Fun fact, comforters only get washed when they're stained.
A female hotel employee publicly exposed a disturbing secret. The hotel bed sheets you sleep on may never have been washed. She said that at the hotel where she works, bed sheets are not automatically changed and cleaned after every guest checks out. Instead, they are only sent to the laundry if there are visible stains. That means as long as the sheets look clean enough, they are simply put back on the bed for the next guest. She stated bluntly that one set of bedding can be used by 50 to 60 different strangers in a row. What actually gets cleaned is not every stay, only the ones that get caught. Her advice was straightforward: bring your own blanket. After the video went viral, many guests began asking a serious question. If the sheets aren't washed, what exactly are hotels charging hundreds of dollars per night for? Is this an industry-wide unspoken rule? Or has it crossed the line into a serious hygiene and legal issue? Would you still feel safe lying down? A healthcare worker has been arrested for allegedly performing a twerking dance in front of a disabled patient and will face a maximum prison sentence. The incident occurred in Georgia, where video footage shows her exploiting the vulnerable state of the disabled patient, performing inappropriate entertainment in front of them and sharing the footage. The incident quickly went viral on social media, and the outrage over her actions is growing. As a healthcare worker, she should be one of the most trusted individuals, yet she used her position and authority to carry out this appalling act. If such behavior is not severely punished, how can we ensure similar incidents won't happen again? This is not just a simple violation, but a double betrayal of both ethics and the law. Currently, the case has entered judicial proceedings, and the maximum prison sentence awaits her final judgment. Further details of the case are still under investigation. What do you think about this incident? Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments.
I'm not touching that ticket that you're illegally issuing me. You weren't even here to assess the crash.
A woman slid off a highway while trying to avoid vehicles ahead, yet was issued a ticket on the spot by police. The incident occurred on a highway in Farmington Hills, Michigan. The woman said she saw two cars ahead lose control and collide. To avoid a secondary crash, she was forced to swerve, causing her vehicle to slide out of the lane. After police arrived, they did not first assess the crash scene, but instead immediately read out a citation, speeding under hazardous road conditions. The woman denied it on the spot. She repeatedly emphasized it was not speeding, it was evasive action. Police continued following procedure. Her emotions quickly spiraled. She screamed and interrupted the officer, chanting "la, la, la" to drown out the police reading. The situation could no longer be handled on site. Paramedics were called. The woman was ultimately taken to the hospital. The video quickly spread online. The debate centers on one question. Does emergency evasive action count as a violation? What do you think? A woman was offering free hugs to cancer patients and homeless people inside a shopping mall, but was immediately escorted out by security. She was not charging money and was not promoting anything. The incident took place this week at a large shopping center. Witnesses said the woman was simply standing in a public area holding a sign that read, "If you need a hug, I'm here." She only interacted with people who approached her voluntarily, including cancer patients and homeless individuals who appeared emotionally distressed. Shortly afterward, mall security arrived and intervened. The reason was straightforward. This type of behavior was not allowed. The woman tried to explain, saying she was only trying to offer comfort. The conversation did not last long, and she was told to leave the mall immediately. The entire incident was recorded and uploaded online. The video spread quickly, sparking widespread discussion. Some people argued that removing an act of kindness was unnecessarily cold. Others pointed out that commercial spaces must prioritize management and risk. The debate is still ongoing. Do you think security was right to do this? This 13-year-old boy just survived a throat-slashing attack, but his calm reaction in the interview unexpectedly made him go viral. Sullivan Clark recalls that on that day, he was walking with his family on the Daytona Beach boardwalk. A stranger approached from behind and directly attacked his neck. What's even more outrageous is that police revealed the suspect had earlier attacked another victim with a sledgehammer that same day. However, because the other victim didn't cooperate with the investigation, the suspect was not arrested on the spot. A few hours later, he randomly attacked this 13-year-old boy. When Sullivan and his family were interviewed and the reporter asked if he had nightmares, he immediately shook his head. Can you imagine? After just experiencing a throat-slashing attack, this 13-year-old boy calmly replied, "I didn't have any nightmares." His completely illogical calmness shocked everyone and then had them laughing. Meanwhile, his mother, sitting next to him, was almost on the verge of breaking down, eyes red and swollen, as she described how the incident had affected the family. But Sullivan's expression remained unfazed, even a bit relaxed. A man went viral after crashing his electric bike into a truck on the sidewalk. Should truck drivers yield when crossing the sidewalk? In the video, the man rides his electric bike at high speed across the sidewalk and collides with a truck. Instead of reflecting on his own mistake, he blames the truck driver, saying, "You didn't give me the right of way." He continues, "Don't tell me you could see it a mile away because that's a 360-degree camera. My view isn't that wide." The video quickly sparked controversy, with commenters speculating that the incident occurred somewhere in Southern California. Many criticized the man for riding his electric bike on the sidewalk at a speed similar to that of a motorcycle. They pointed out that California law sets the legal speed limit for electric bikes between 20 to 28 miles per hour, with faster models prohibited from riding on sidewalks. Others argued that truck drivers should yield when crossing the sidewalk, highlighting the growing complexity of who has the right of way as electric bike speeds continue to increase. What do you think? Let us know in the comments.
My baby, I don't wish this on nobody. My heart just broke into a million pieces because the news just came out that Eric Dane has passed away at the age of 53 in LA after battling ALS. Obviously, he had many roles that people will remember him for. For me, it was Grey's Anatomy. It was McSteamy. I had a license plate on my car for so many years, and it had a heart and it said Madort because a lot of people used to call me a dork, and I really just connected with him. I loved him so much that I'm trying really hard not to cry. Being reported that he passed away this afternoon in an LA hospital, alongside his wife, his daughters, and his friends and relatives who were at his bedside. Of course, we all found out about his diagnosis back in April of 2025, when he sat down and did an interview and discussed the fact that there is no cure, and he was hoping that by talking about it, he could bring more awareness to this disease. So I talked about him a lot throughout the past year, and some of you were leaving comments saying that his ALS was progressing very quickly and his body was shutting down. His speech was getting slower, and I don't know what I was thinking, but I was hoping that he had more time.
New Yorkers spent the entire day throwing snowballs at police officers, leaving multiple officers with facial injuries and sending them to the hospital. Police received a call around 4 p.m. Reports said individuals had climbed onto the roof of a structure inside the park. An organized snowball fight was taking place. Officers arrived to restore order. Seconds later, snowballs started flying at them. Not light, fluffy snow, but packed snow, solid chunks of ice. Multiple officers were struck in the face. Some were cut open. The injuries were serious enough to require hospital treatment. The scene quickly spiraled out of control. The crowd cheered. Officers were surrounded in a barrage of snow. NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch later spoke publicly. She called the behavior disgraceful. She called it criminal. What should have been harmless fun during a blizzard turned into an attack on law enforcement. Today's New York, is it a celebration of the festival, or is order beginning to crumble? What do you think? A customer loudly complained to the staff about being overcharged, causing chaos at the Wendy's drive-thru. A group of women, all sitting in a red car, stormed up to the window. They forcefully opened the window and started throwing condiments and food inside, as if on a battlefield. The staff desperately tried to calm the situation, but things quickly escalated. Several people began throwing condiment packets, paper bags, and drinks at the employees. The entire scene rapidly turned into a full-blown brawl, complete chaos. In the middle of the turmoil, one customer even demanded the return of her lost Crocs. The incident was captured on camera and quickly went viral online. Reactions were mixed. Some found it amusing, while others sympathized with the exhausted staff. But the real question is, what does this incident reveal about the level of respect people have for fast food workers? Should a minor dispute like this escalate into chaos, or is there a deeper issue at play? Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments. A kindergarten teacher is facing serious charges for tying children together with a rope. This method of preventing young children from getting lost has been defined as humiliating the children. Similar videos have been circulating since early February 2026. In the video, the children are tied together with rope by the teacher, with several of them crying and struggling, while the teacher stands aside, completely failing to provide effective comfort or intervention. What's even more shocking is that the teacher did not conduct proper safety checks on the children, such as ensuring the rope was the right tightness or making sure the children could breathe freely. After the video was exposed, some netizens believe the teacher's approach is overprotective, while others question whether this behavior is appropriate, arguing that children should not be managed in this way. Although the teacher explained that this was done for the safety of the children, most parents said that if they witnessed their child being tied up, they would absolutely not accept it. Currently, the police have intervened in the investigation, and the teacher is facing serious charges. What do you think of this approach?
Tonight, this new Ring camera footage obtained by Fox News Digital shows the car driving around 2:30 a.m. the night Nancy Guthrie was abducted. The sheriff's office says they're aware of the video, which was taken about 2.5 miles from her home and outside that 2-mile perimeter where investigators had asked for video. An FBI source tells NBC News since Nancy's disappearance, investigators have amassed 5,000 to 10,000 hours of footage that agents are now going through. It comes as the FBI is in the process of handing Nancy's home back over to Savannah and her family. 2 law enforcement sources tell NBC News that after weeks of extensively searching the property, investigators no longer feel a need to seal the home off as a crime scene or restrict the family's access. Nancy Street also now closed down to public parking, limiting the media presence outside the home. This will now be the second time the property has been returned to the family. 2 days after Nancy's abduction, the Pima County Sheriff announces investigators had completed their search.
The scene is done. We're done with the residents. We have turned that over to the family.
But a day after, the sheriff said that the property was sealed off, this time by the FBI.
The main significance of handing the house back is that is going to be the end of the ability to collect evidence. Any evidence that they would collect, any defense attorney would say, this could be contaminated, this could have been planted. This is the end of the line as far as collecting evidence goes.
2 women were arrested for vandalizing a Wendy's fast food restaurant. The incident stemmed from a dispute among 1 or more female customers over the amount of their order. The argument quickly escalated after starting over a walkie-talkie. Video footage shows them leaning into the store, continuing to shout and yell while throwing drinks, ice, sauces, and food at employees. The entire incident lasted approximately 1 to 2 minutes. Shortly after the incident, multiple witnesses and store staff called the police. Police quickly arrived at the scene, retrieved high-definition surveillance footage, and identified the individuals involved. As of the late afternoon of February 26, 2 women who spearheaded the kicking of windows and throwing of objects had been formally arrested, and a 3rd woman who participated in the shouting and getting out of her car was also taken into custody to assist with the investigation and may face similar or lesser charges. The suspects have been transferred to the local detention center. Initial interrogation showed that they confessed to the charges.
This may look like a normal girl dancing out her dreams on point, but if you look closer, she's moving with a prosthetic. Gabby Scholl was diagnosed at 9 years old with knee cancer and needed her leg amputated.
I'm going to explain to you my surgery called rotationplasty.
She got a special surgery to remove the diseased knee. Her lower left leg was then rotated and reattached to her upper leg. Her ankle now serves as her new knee.
Whenever I point my foot, it straightens the prosthetic, and whenever I flex my foot, it bends the prosthetic.
The unique surgery isn't for everyone, but Gabby says it lets her be a kid.
This surgery allows me to dance, ice skate, rollerblade, rock climb, and puts no limits, allows me to do anything I want to do.
Dancing through life in her own way.
Live your dreams and don't ever give up.
Breaking news, the United States military official has confirmed to the New York Times that Iran strikes are underway, perpetrated by the United States military. This is a joint attack by the U.S. and Israeli air forces. There are bombings all over Iran, Tehran, absolutely devastating images coming out of Tehran. This is massive explosions. Here you can see what appear to be airplanes above, and this is very different. Daytime attacks are rare, but I sort of suspected that we would see daytime attacks based on the logistics of the movement of aircraft out of the Middle East by the United States Air Force. That does not happen by accident. That does not happen that far in advance of these strikes. People were saying it wouldn't happen till night, but it was pretty clear that they were staging for a big attack. This is the first day of school for Iranians, so kids are in school right now. You can see that civilian air traffic is a complete nightmare as they are trying to reroute out of the area.
The parents of the little girl who wandered through the freezing cold have now been arrested. They sent their 6-year-old daughter out to walk to school alone in harsh winter weather. She is only 6 years old. The person who filmed the video said she had no shoes, no hat, and was shaking from the cold. How could any parent allow such a young child to walk to school alone in freezing temperatures? She had already walked nearly 10 blocks by herself. It would take only a few seconds for someone to take her. The little girl looked looked confused and shivering, as if she had no idea where she was. The man kept repeating to himself, "Who lets a child walk outside like this?" Because he was afraid of being mistaken for a kidnapper, he didn't dare put her in his truck. So he chose to walk beside her, block after block, until he finally got her to the school. Shaking with anger, he called the police. Some people should not be parents. This child could have disappeared at any moment. When they finally reached the school doors and staff confirmed she was a student there, the man finally exhaled, almost in tears. "Thank God it was me who found her and not someone else," he said. He added that the world has become deeply sick.
This is one of the rarest moments ever caught on camera. The reaction of an isolated tribe that has spent decades avoiding any contact with the outside world. In front of the man is a mannequin, set up by American researchers to see how they would respond to a figure resembling a modern human. The tribe is called the Manti. Very little is known about them. They live deep in the forests and remote river valleys, almost completely cut off from the outside world. Getting this close to them had never been possible before, which is why this footage is considered so extraordinary. The goal was simple: to subtly show them something that looks like a human and capture their reaction. Until this moment, nobody knew how they would respond to outsiders. What happened next stunned even the scientists from Louisiana who have dedicated their careers to studying isolated tribes. And here's a fascinating detail. Those sounds you just heard, they weren't from an animal. They were made by a member of the tribe. According to researchers, this might actually be how they communicate with each other. Since they've never learned any outside language, their culture has remained completely untouched.
Waymo self-driving car blocks emergency traffic, exposing technological limits. At the scene of a shooting in Austin, a Waymo self-driving car became the center of attention on social media. As an ambulance rushed to this to assist the victims, the Waymo self-driving car suddenly stopped in the street, completely blocking traffic. Although there was plenty of space behind the car to reverse, the self-driving car driver failed to take action, remaining stationary, which severely delayed the rescue process. This incident quickly sparked in, especially when self-driving cars cannot handle complex and urgent urban environments. We must reconsider its true suitability for such scenarios. Even more concerning is that with more cities adopting autonomous driving technology, people are starting to worry that if these cars cannot effectively respond to emergencies, they could pose a threat to public safety. Many netizens and citizens are questioning whether self-driving cars should be responsible for actions like assisting in rescues and emergency situations. What do you think needs to be improved in self-driving technology to better handle such emergencies? Let us know your thoughts in the comments.
Breaking news. At around 3 a.m., the United States and Israel launched major airstrikes on Tehran, the capital of Iran, targeting missile factories, nuclear sites, and IRGC military bases. Some reports say the strikes were also meant to target Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, but there is still no confirmation about his condition. In response, Iran fired ballistic missiles at U.S. bases in the Middle East, including a direct strike on an American naval base in Bahrain. Iran also launched many missiles toward Israel, with explosions reported near Tel Aviv and Haifa. Missiles were also seen heading toward areas near Qatar, Bahrain, and the UAE, while warning sirens sounded in parts of Saudi Arabia. U.S. and allied air defenses tried to stop the attack and reportedly intercepted many of the missiles, but several still reached their targets. U.S. officials say more strikes on Iran could happen in the coming days, while Iran says it will continue attacking Israel, raising fears that this conflict could turn into a larger war. Follow for more updates on this developing situation.
James Pierce II, Raptors defensive star, convicted of charges and faces at least 5 years in prison. Reportedly, the tragedy began with Pierce's breakup with WNBA player Rickea Jackson. Rickea told police that she ended the relationship due to his excessive controlling behavior. To completely cut ties, Rickea blocked Pierce's number. However, Pierce did not give up and began harassing Rickea through another phone. Last Friday, Rickea texted Pierce saying, "Please leave me alone. I want nothing to do with you." However, on Saturday morning, while driving, Rickea noticed Pierce was following her in his Lamborghini. Realizing she was being followed, Rickea accelerated and drove towards the police station. Pierce continued to follow her and attempted to ram her car. The police arrived at the scene and ordered Pierce to get out of the car, but he refused to comply. During his escape, Pierce injured a police officer's knee. he continued to drive away, eventually crashing at an intersection. He attempted to flee on foot, but was surrounded by multiple officers and successfully arrested. The incident has left Pierce facing multiple serious charges, including stalking, harassment, and assaulting a police officer.
Before he was arrested for choking a girl in a PE class, he had attacked a teacher more than once.
There's no question Josh Caldwell is severely disabled. His attorney describes the 20-year-old Rio Grande High student as having the mind of a child. According to a criminal complaint, the 240-pound Caldwell put a female student in a violent chokehold during PE. Caldwell was arrested and charged with aggravated battery. In court today, it became clear Caldwell won't be going back to Rio Grande.
He's not going to be returning? Okay.
Other arrangements are being made. But police reports show he probably shouldn't have been there this long. An educational assistant told APS police Caldwell grabbed her shirt and put her in a headlock. A week and a half later, a police report says Caldwell shoved that same teacher and threw boxes at her. 3 days after that, Caldwell attacked her again. That's when the teacher told APS police she wanted to press charges. She's becoming more fearful that Caldwell will hurt her. Now, federal law would allow APS to remove a special needs student from school.
All right, guys. So the Midwest Authority, who claims to have a source close to the Nancy Guthrie investigation, dropped 2 updates today. Here's what I'm passing along, and you can take it how you want. First update. Annie Guthrie and Tommaso Gioni's vehicle is no longer being held as evidence and has been returned to them. Another separate source is saying the car is still in the process of being returned to Annie and Tommaso, so there's a slight discrepancy there. I'm just relaying what's circulating online. Now the next update involves the DNA sample found in Nancy Guthrie's bedroom. According to the source, the DNA is a partial male profile, likely Hispanic, something we already knew. The sample was recovered from Nancy Guthrie's bed. This suggests Nancy was likely approached while sleeping and was moved/carried from her bed at some point. That raises the obvious question. How did the masked suspect get inside Nancy's home with no signs of forced entry? As a reminder, drone footage around Nancy's house showed no tampered locks, no broken windows, no damage to any doors, nothing. The partial DNA is usable for comparison if they have a suspect or person of interest, but it's not viable for investigative genetic genealogy, IgG. It can point to someone, but it's not a full 100% match. The DNA sample did not come from bodily fluids. That's basically the rundown. A lot of people have questioned the credibility of the Midwest Authority, and I've had my own doubts too. I just don't get why someone would make this kind of information up, especially the details we just went over. Either way, I'm gonna keep you guys updated and share everything I see online about this case. Take it for what it is. Let me know what you think in the comments.
A man tried to snatch a Rolex watch from a tourist's wrist at an airport in broad daylight, while people nearby simply stood and watched without stepping in. The incident happened in a crowded public area of the airport where many travelers were passing by. Witnesses say the man suddenly approached a tourist wearing a Rolex, grabbed his wrist, and tried to pull the watch off directly. The tourist immediately resisted and tried to pull his arm back, leading to a brief struggle between the two. Several people nearby clearly noticed what was happening. Some stopped walking while others turned to watch. However, no one stepped forward to stop the man, and no one tried to block his path. After a few seconds of struggling, the suspect gave up trying to remove the watch and quickly ran through the crowd to escape. People nearby remained where they were and watched him leave. The incident was later posted online and quickly sparked widespread discussion. Many viewers focused not only on the attempted theft itself, but also on the reaction of the bystanders. Some people believe the bystanders may have been afraid to get involved for their own safety. Others argue that someone should have at least tried to help the tourist or alert airport security. Authorities have not released the suspect's identity, and it is still unclear whether anyone has been arrested. If you had been there at the time, what would you have done?
Don't make it a moment. Oh, no, I wasn't. I liked it. It made me feel good. I love you so much.
This is another level, you guys, okay? When Selena Gomez created Rare Beauty, she was not playing, because what in the CDC is going on here? We are so used to humiliation involving men, them being naked or wearing a dress, but I don't think I have ever seen a clear-cut female version until today, okay? Not even the Pygmy Brigade will tolerate this level of pandering. Now, if the guys with the tinfoil hats were looking for the final piece to support their suspicion that Selena Gomez isn't here, well, she just handed them the final piece herself. And who caught that moment when Selena Gomez kissed this foot and he turned to his boy, his friend, I don't know, some people are saying his ex, and said to him, Did you like that? Come again? It seems like Benny Blanco and that girl were more concerned with Dave's reaction than his wife, who's on all fours trying to please him. Now, Selena, girl, blink twice or wear a yellow polka dot sweater if you're all right.
Elon Musk has just ignited the biggest spark in technological history. What he unveiled today is not a phone. It's a direct threat to Apple, Samsung, and the entire mobile industry. It's called the Tesla Pi phone, and it's about to become the most coveted device on the planet. It doesn't need a chip. It doesn't need Wi-Fi. It connects directly to Starlink, Musk's satellite network, which means signal anywhere in the world. In the desert, in the Arctic, on the high seas, or in the middle of a global blackout, you're always connected. And listen to this. It has built-in solar charging. Forget chargers, cables, and dead batteries. Leaks confirm that the Pi phone could connect to Neuralink, Musk's brain chip. Can you imagine using your cell phone with just your mind? Typing without fingers, driving your Tesla without touching the steering wheel, opening your house without keys, sending money without fingerprints. The mere thought of it sets off ethical alarms around the world. Some say Musk wants to liberate humanity. Others believe he is building the most powerful control system. The future was activated today. Serious question. Would you dare to use it?
A woman was arrested on a plane for refusing to follow emergency exit instructions. She was seated near the emergency exit when the crew asked her to comply, but she refused to move or follow safety directions. The flight was already delayed, passengers were anxious, and crying babies filled the cabin. The woman shouted, "I'm only saving myself," showing no concern for others' safety. Her behavior escalated tension in the cabin, and nearby passengers started talking and recording video. All passengers were forced to get off the plane, causing chaos at the boarding gate and baggage claim area. Police quickly boarded and restrained the woman, investigating her refusal to follow emergency procedures. She was ultimately arrested and may face charges for obstructing emergency operations and disrupting public order. The entire incident was captured on video and quickly went viral on social media. Many praised the crew and police for acting quickly and protecting passengers' safety. Others criticized the woman's selfish actions, saying she put the entire plane at risk. Would you intervene if someone refused to follow safety rules on your flight?
They killed my baby. I don't wish this on nobody.
Influencer Carla Thainara has died at just 25 years old following a devastating motorcycle crash. And the tragedy deepened hours later when her father reportedly took his own life after learning she had passed. According to regional reports, Thainara was involved in a collision with a car on a highway on March 3rd and was pronounced dead at the scene. Her father, Jose Carlos Andrade Noguera, a retired military police officer, arrived shortly after the accident and was overcome with grief. Authorities say he later died by suicide. Thainara had built a strong social media presence, with nearly 60,000 followers on Instagram, where she shared fitness content, her passion for motorcycles, and heartfelt moments with her young daughter. Her final post, shared on February 21st, showed her working out at the gym, full of energy and determination. Since news of her passing broke, tributes have poured in from followers expressing shock and sympathy for her family, especially her child.